We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back again. We are continuing Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I believe last time we just finished recruiting Masha, Lapidarist, the second DLC character. And on the agenda today, we're going to be checking out more of the southern part of Erythia Sea. We did go on a little adventure to Corn Island earlier in the chapter to go get an important accessory. And now we're going back to do some story progress and a side quest there. And then after that, I believe we'll be doing our first ever Ascension quest. And then beyond that point, a couple more side quests, and then we should be getting to at least Colony Mu today, and maybe Colony 15 as well. So, hello. Hey, Inats. Hey, Solomon. Glad to have you here. Thanks, as always, for the support. Hi, Mate. Good to see you. I decided that today it might be a good idea to actually try to advertise the stream in Xenoblade communities, like the Xenoblade Chronicles Reddit and at least one of the Discords. So, I don't know if we'll see anyone from there. Probably should have thought to do that earlier, but who knows? Hopefully we'll see some new faces. I don't know. Hi, Vocal Monk. Glad to have you here. I do have a bone to pick with you, chat. Hey, Blue Jay. I distinctly remember that several streams ago, I told you all that you just needed to go find 100 of your friends and get them to subscribe to my channel and watch all my content. And I took a look at the analytics over the last week or so, and I don't think that's been happening. So you guys really need to get on it. But while you do that, let's load things up, shall we? Trying to make 100 friends first. Well, that's the thing, is like, you got to think about it, how it's not about the friendships for you and the fulfilling moments you can have in your life or anything like that. It's about driving up the number on my channel. That's what's important here, and if you just focus on that goal, you're going to succeed in life. Okay, so we are in the city camp, and I did make my hero, and we still have the mild game stew active. Good. And I think I set everyone up in their classes as well. Yeah, looks like it. So Mio's almost done with War Medic. She's doing a short stint in that, but she's actually not going to finish that in the next fight either. We're going to be juggling classes a little bit in this chapter, as always. Okay, so with in the party, we can now check out this extra quest-related event over at Namba Mound Camp in Dana Desert. Atlas always.
Looks like there's some kind of commotion going on.
Meh! Ino feels something! Internal Nopon trouble sensor of Ino setting off all alarm bells! This surely important! Masterpon, Ino urged to start inquiry post-hastely!
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see what we can find out.
Meh, it's Ino, and with sidekicks to boot.
What was the hubbub about?
Emergency caravan assembly. When problem occur that threaten the whole of caravan, usual practice to call meeting of all representatives.
So what I'm hearing is, there's a problem.
Oh no, it's so obvious to see. It true, we in real pickle this time.
Problem of Nopon is problem of Ino! Please tell Ino.
It occurs to me now that if the Nopon caravans can call an assembly and bring everyone together,
True saint.
why aren't we just getting all the Nopon pebbles then and not having to run around the entire world, pick them up for shill show?
This time, one in century level of calamity, and that because natural enemy of all Nopon everywhere appear. Dreaded Nopon eater upon us.
Ino cannot believe what Ino hearing.
Nopon.
Eater?
Okay, I'll bite. What the snuff is a Nopon eater?
It's incredibly cool, that's what it is, Lance.
Is super ultimate evil monster that only go after innocent.
Hey Chris, welcome to the
Nopon.
stream.
For Ino is arch nemesis among arch nemesises, sworn enemy, joined to Ino by thread of fate.
From what Sonny here in meeting just now, Mac the Wildwood Caravan report first-hand sighting of monster in question. It even sound like maybe some poor Nopon already gobbled up.
No more scary talk. Cheerio already afraid to go potty at night.
Oh, this most
My net says
grievous
Ino's
news
design goes hard as hell. Give me
However,
a bug robot rabbit girl. Yeah, something
Ino
like
and
that.
friends can take
I also
matters
really like her
into their
design.
hands. Master Pun here,
I
however,
wish.
if threat remain
I know I
unchecked,
praised
the Nopon face threat
earlier
of
the fact that she's not
endangered
super broken,
species.
doesn't like invalidate
Now is time for
like other
Ino and
choices in the
friends
game,
to
but I wish she was a little bit better than she
For
is.
sake of all Nopon kind, we must
In
put
Ino
all
Swap,
Nopon
she has a
in
second
I
set
agree.
of upgrades
We can't turn a
that
blind eye to
have
this.
been locked. They'll
Let's do
upgrade
what we
after
can
we
to help.
they'll unlock after we finish
That
this
great
quest for Ino.
reassurance.
But
Although, it feel like we
those
twist
upgrades
fate
are
a
not
bit.
like, well, they're
Cheerio have a bit of guilt
they're different to
complex.
degree, not kind. They don't change what Ino does or how she works or anything like that. It's just her numbers are bigger.
Ino artificial blade, specially created to
It's a
act
pretty
as
lame
guard
take
all
on the
Nopon
mechanic
kind.
from or the poppy swap mechanic from Xenoblade 2.
All right. Where in Mac the Wildwood should we head to first?
Although your
First,
methods
finish
for
visiting
increasing
Garden's caravan
or filling
and
out
speak
Ino
to
swap are
Pororo said to be latest
more
eyewitness.
closely related to actual gameplay than
Ino
Poppy
knows
Swap
Pororo
was.
from long time ago, when help schlepp
Hey Arhead,
Great.
going pretty well.
Then let's set a
Um,
course for Ingado Pass.
I'm staring at that gap in Noah's chest right now. Oops. It's been good. Been busy lately, but
This
been all right.
Nopon eater. What kind of monster is it?
rapidly violent and indiscriminate one. Ino seethed with rage just to remember.
I think what's fun about this quest is the kind of monster that the Nopon Eater is, you may not have ever seen yet. You wouldn't if you'd just gone straight to this quest after unlocking the Erythia Sea. Let's see. Did I get the Browsing Boliaris quest? I guess I didn't. No, I need to go do that then. Okay, so over to Colony 4. What's the day job? My job has me putting on a lot of hats, but mainly I'm in charge of designing the IT tools for a mortgage company. Xenoblade peaked with Tiger. I honestly really enjoy Tiger once I got good at it. It's simple and annoying to grind, but it is kind of a fun minigame in itself. Okay, so we've delivered the news to Colony 4 and Boliaris that Aethel is dead, and Boliaris doesn't feel ready to step up in command. he's feeling rudderless and Colony 4 is leaderless right now. Which is kind of funny because we did have the cutscene to start Uni's Ascension quest already, where Oliaris was chipper as can be. We'll go talk to him real quick. And then that will set up a quest encounter, which happens to be in the same place that we already want to go for Ino's quest. I really wish this cutscene was voiced. Okay. Off to Engardo Pass, and we have to go to the campsite first to hear more about what needs to be done for Ino.
So, tell us, whereabouts was it that you saw the Nopon Eater?
Site of sighting was on Orion Trail. It attacked every Nopon it laid beady eye on. Very unprovoked. Absolute nuisance.
Hearing that make Ino see red. Tormenting helpless Nopon. Even if nature ordain it, Ino cannot stand by idling. Rest assured, friend Peraro, on today of days, Ino and friends serve to beast bitter just desserts!
Ino! Dedication to cause of Nopon well-being unshakable as always! Truly, Ino, hope of...
It's not as though this game shies away from the idea that regular people get eaten by wild creatures. Because there are plenty of... like, you know, plenty of husks around the world, and even some quests where it's explicit that they were attacked and killed by creatures. But
I really hope we can do something about this.
I just think it's very funny to imagine a Nopon getting scarfed down in one bite, one gulp. Just a perfect mental image. Okay, yep, still got our games due for this fight. Cool. We're not actually going to do the Nopon Eater quest quite yet, but for Oliaris, we're going to visit we're bringing him to the site of the battle between Aethel and Kamaravi, and he wants to get some closure here, but the Xenoblade quest, it has to be a fight somewhere, and that means we're going to take on these Turken. We don't currently have anyone with a Smash Art on the squad. It would be a rare occurrence in this chapter. So the best thing for us to do right now is... Oh, I died. Didn't mean to do that. Uni and Tyon doing their usual technique. Set up a second buff just to buff our damage further, and then just spam Atomizing Raptor Raid. Easy enough. Oh, so I kind of lied. It turns out Mio does already have enough CP and War Medic to hit rank 10 already. I have built in a bit of a cushion, so there's at least one more fight where she's going to be back in that class. Oh, actually, never mind. Looking at my notes, I think that was deliberate. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Some of the husks are actually pretty depressing. Yeah. Although with the ones with Colony Cow's commander, I think are kind of darkly funny just because Juniper is so blasé about it. Just like, oh yeah, whatever, people die. Our head says, good thing explosions don't harm Ethel's resting place. I think we've established at this point that the Ouroboros mechas, or whatever they are, have just incredible control over their power. Because, I mean, Tyon's been blowing up all over the place, and he doesn't scratch a single thing other than the enemies. So we call together a meeting of the squad captains, and the outcome of this is, well, they're mad at Boliaris for running off and not saying where he's going, but he's stepping up as acting commander. Because he doesn't want to be officially commander. He doesn't want to take that seat from Aethel, but they need a commander, and he's going to do it. Thanks, Boliaris. Colony 4 should be just fine. Hooray.
Huh. Would you believe it?
You get another quest here. Where Emir, who I believe was on the... Was he on the recon squad? I forget. Oh, maintenance and development. Okay. He's checking out the wreckage of an Agnian Ledness, and he wants to use Agnian tech to repair some of these and put them to work defending Colony 4.
What will we hand in
So,
over?
for this quest, we need legendary parts. I'm hopeful that we will collect a bunch of these in due time. But it will take a while. Every single part is worth only 5% progress, so you need 20. The exception being that's hard to say. Ulula generators, which are worth 10%. Ulula. So I'm not going to give him any now, but we'll try not to use those for anything else. I don't think there is much else that actually uses legendary Agni and Ledness parts, except maybe some really high-level gems, so it's not like we should be spending them. But we'll have to come back later. Anyway, yeah, so I take it back. I think, yeah, Mio was supposed to hit rank 10 there. And so we're going to do a couple more class changes. We've got Mio going to Lone Exile, Uni back to Lost Vanguard, so she'll be smashing again. Lance taking up Sword Fighter because we wanted to finish that class before we get to our next hero. So we'll use him in that now and then for one other fight later. And I think they're all set up in those classes already, so we don't have to really bother with any changes. Nope. All good. But ooh. Let me think for a second. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter. I should have had Masha in the party. I didn't need to have Ino in the fight for the Rousing Boliaris part. I just needed her there for the quest. But I think we'll be okay anyway. Pretty sure we're gonna unlock Lapidarist on everyone who needs it in due time anyway. Okay, but that gives us our second healer in the party, so we still have 2. Okay. So next up, there's another quest we can get in Colony Lambda. I didn't already do this, did I? Yeah, Samron, I'm running a mod. technically a cheat. Struggling to keep track of... Okay, no, I don't think I've done this. Okay. So a couple of info fragments to get here. This is one of two we need for the quest we're about to do. Surplus supply. This is where we overhear them talking about the Annihilator. And good news, they already know what happened to it. Side, there is another bit of info about Colony Lambda's defenses. Hey, Toast. We're on our way to summer camp. We're not there yet.
Interesting.
You know, you've got to take regular breaks. We need to lay all this out.
So, in this quest, since Colony Lambda's developed better techniques for extracting ether, they have too much of it now, and they need to figure out what to do with it. So we'll have to run around just a little bit. It's an entirely dialogue-driven quest. We'll go talk to Koji and speak about some ideas about how to distribute it. And he decides that the best way to do it is... well, let's just say he's an enthusiast for the free market. Because, you know, we're in a war here. We could share it freely among the colonies or donate it to colonies that need it. We have excess. But what we really need to do is give it to whoever wants it most. And that means we need some kind of compensation to figure out what that means. Hey, Seti. Thanks for dropping by. Glad to see you. Who do we want to work with? Well, it's got to be Colony 30. Because they can actually pay us. They have money. And tech. Do we distribute it free of charge? No. Do we sell it directly? No. Too much overhead. Too much hassle. They don't have the expertise for that. So sell it through a Nopon broker. Well, we're going to help out. So we go over and talk to the trader pawn here.
Would you believe it?
And then he recommends that we visit Zoka at the ruins of Cebu camp. And Zoka takes on the job. So we'll have to go back to Koji and finalize everything. But first, we're going to do a little bit of extra exploration here. This is one rope slide
Finally.
we didn't bother with before, but we just picked up the shiny hexagonal clip, which is one of the items we need for the Rider's Block quest. If we climb up this ladder here, we can get to a rope that takes us across to... I forget what the place was actually called, but like, I believe it's the remains... Like, was it Olethro Playhouse or something? The remains of the place where you have the boss fight in Chapter 3 of Xenoblade 2, I believe.
Ready or not?
That or it's the top of the city, one of the two.
Touchdown.
On some Mima.
It'd be rude not to.
And then up here are a pair of level 82 elite monster or unique monsters, so we won't be seeing them for a long time. We'll go finish the quest back at Colony Lambda. And finishing this quest will spawn a handful of extra Nopon traders at certain campsites. Basically the ones that don't already have a trader pawn there. We'll have new merchants who sell ether. So that means you don't really have to be diligent about harvesting the ether all around the world. You can just buy it instead. Which is certainly nice for convenience, although I have so much extra ether right now that I'm not sure I'll ever have to buy any. Except, I don't know, maybe getting the very... if we ever try to max out all the gems. So, with that quest done, got some more SP. I'm going to use that now to fill out our soul tree a little bit more. For Noah, we'll grab heat control time.
You found power.
We don't need to enhance unison strikes. We're going to go down this branch of his tree next to get more heat control and upgrade his skills. On Mio, we can grab... Let's see. Yeah, enhance biting back.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
And I'm going to go ahead and link that to Noah. So... skill.
Hey,
Noah's not very
I'll
good
share
at
this with you.
building this up himself because his agility is okay, but it's not spectacular. He doesn't really have anything in his soul tree that enhances his dodge rate either. But since Mio and Noah are carrying each other's stackable damage boosting skills, that means if we control them and we swap back and forth between their two forms, instead of resetting every time we switch characters, we'll maintain our stacks as we go back and forth. So that should be good for building up damage as we stay in Noah and Mio's Ouroboros forms. On Uni, we have enough SP to take Shared Blessing. After that, we're going to head up towards Unceasing Blessing. And our hope is to get all the way up to here by early in Chapter 6, because pausing buff timers will be pretty helpful at that time. But Shared Blessing is a tremendous damage boost, so we'll go with that first. And she can also afford attack up, so we'll grab that now.
A new power, eh?
On Tyon, let's see. We'll grab Fleeting Form and his other heat control skill here.
More to add to the playbook?
This is another art that gives regenerate, or that gives a buff, specifically regenerate, to the entire party. We never use Spirit Raven for anything, so I'm going to go ahead and put this on, just as an extra way for us to apply buffs across the party if we need them to power up Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros. For Lance, we don't have enough. Well, no, we do. What am I looking at? Yeah, for Lance, we'll take Incredible Guard first. So this is his art that lasts for, I believe it's 5 seconds, and it gives a ton of damage reduction to the party. Unupgraded, I believe it's 20%, but upgraded, I'm pretty sure it's 50% damage reduction, which again is additive with other forms of damage reduction, so that stacks monstrously. So I might never remember to do this, but if I do, it'll be a good idea, like in dangerous fights, to just have Lance go into Ouroboros form in critical moments to massively reduce the damage the party takes.
Check out this sick new skill.
And Senna, enhance Explosive Spirit.
Oh, new power.
So with that upgraded, I'm also going to put that on Lance, so that just like with Noah and Mio, we don't lose stacks on that skill as we switch back and forth between their forms. SP to buy Canter, yeah. Luckily, all the characters in this game are capable of moving after attacking. Just natively. Another errand in Colony Tau. And for this, we'll want to have Juniper in the party.
Leave it to me.
So this brings up a quest about a trio of Nopon who show up at the colony. Graziana can also help us out with our collection for the Tau Turkan Alliance quest. And she and Roland give extra materials while Juniper's in the party. So that's something I know I didn't realize on my first playthrough. I got the bad ending in this quest because I didn't do the collection. I thought it was a massive pain, and I didn't know that I would get 60% of the way there just by talking to people and making a certain amount of progress in the story. That should be everything from Graziana. There should be some more info we can get here, assuming the right NPC shows up. I'm looking for Cardamine. I don't think he's around at this time. Oh yeah, Roland can give us more now. Nice. So I will change time. I think late morning, we should see Cardamine around here somewhere. You choose the Fabricator for like 30 minutes? That sounds like an absolute nightmare. I think that might actually be slower than just running around Lower Mactha. Yeah, he still hasn't spawned. Cardamine, where are you? Really should figure out exactly what his routine is. It's actually for a quest, so I need him to show up. Not just about 100 bonus experience. Easy mistake. Welcome to the stream.
This was a nice find.
Well, we'll sit down and talk about the other info, I guess.
I'm just gonna lie here, and you can't stop
And
me.
while I'm here, I'm going to cancel out what's left of my CP boost meal. Go for drop rate instead.
That's good.
Is everyone finished?
Just for consistency, there's nothing wrong with getting extra CP all the time.
Right then. strap
It's
in,
just, I find it annoying to try to keep it up outside of specific situations. So I'm specifically not factoring in CP boosts for the entire run, because that would be annoying.
Okay. Next on the list is...
Anyway, we'll go over and check out the Nopon here. They need... turns out they also need Levnis parts, because they're trying to build a cooker to make some really tasty meat. And so we need to give them certain
What will we handing over?
Levnis parts from both factions, and every item is worth 5%, so we need 20 total, and it looks like we're gonna be, what, 3 short right now? That's kind of annoying. They specifically want common versions, so we'll be on the lookout for those too, but we can't finish that quest right
Colony
now.
relations changed, looks like.
Whoa, got a rare
tried CP boost for a bit, but then realized you haven't done combat in 3 hours. It does kind of happen in this game sometimes. Did I talk to this trader pawn already?
What you got?
I did. Cardamine, where are you? Why are you slacking? Can't be a memory leak thing. I've been playing the game for 30 minutes. Alright, well, I'm going to try to travel to another region and then back. Why does that make you sad, Lag Spike?
My stomach's growling.
There he is. Okay. So the quest we get is about finding Imogen, who's
Would you believe it?
the one who went to Colony 4. And there's also just a random
Sounds like a scoop.
conversation about Mushroom, too. Astro, you get sad because the game is mid? Aw.
I'm starving. Got anything I can eat? This reminds me.
Game Journal atmosphere is sad. That is very true.
Right then, strategy meeting.
Although not as sad as Elden Ring. And,
Are we all ready to fight? Colony relations change, looks like.
I think I've mentioned before, I've been playing back through that, to try to get to, do the DLC finally. And having a lot of fun with it. I did an intelligence build. I think you guys might have seen if you watched me stream my end game on my first playthrough. And this time I did strength. And that's been really cool, just running around bonking things.
For dinner soon, right?
Okay, so Lost Friend. We just need to go over to Colony 4. And we need to ask around about Imogen's location with a couple different people. And then we'll track her down. Eldering is pure depression, but sometimes it's a little forced compared to previous entries. Yeah, I would say it's like... Well... I don't know how I would say it exactly. It's not like... There's very obviously a point to a lot of the really depressing stuff that happens in that game, but God, I wish there was
My stomach's growling.
more than 3 quests that had actually legitimately good outcomes. Still don't understand any of the lore in the games. It is really funny if you don't pay attention to any of it. You just kind of go through and go
This is some story.
go beat up Godric and Renala, and then just go to the capital and kill Morgott for some reason. And they're just up in the mountaintops, and you just teleport to different places, and well, I don't know what happened, but I'm
This is some story.
the lord of the whole world now. Yeah, the dialogue is not enough, unfortunately. But what I've been trying to do with my second playthrough, since I know about
And you can't
like-
stop me.
what the lore is, I guess, is been trying to actually follow the quests in in a sequence that makes some kind of sense. And it is pretty cool experiencing the game in a way where you're more or less deliberately doing things in a normal quest progression, because it takes you all around the world and it feels like you're like
Are we all ready to fight?
really wrapping up storylines and understanding what's going on, which I think is fun. A role player. It's well, thinking about a different kind of role playing. I think one of the interesting things to think about with Elden Ring is, I was actually kicking around the idea of finding someday, to write a scripted video about this, but maybe I do it on stream. I don't know. But thinking about the way the classes in Elden Ring are designed. Anyway, so we found Imogen. Hooray. Because, and with that done, we can drop Juniper from the party. Now we'll get Masha in. A little bit later than we should have, but should be fine. But anyway, Elden Ring classes. Because, well, there's like the one obvious thing, which is they're built to give you a certain experience in the early game. And that makes a lot of sense. Like the warrior is about doing jump attacks and like power stancing, and the vagabond is like a very standard, no nonsense sword and board guy, and prophet is for faith-based spellcasting, and that kind of stuff. That's not interesting, at least not that interesting to think about. But I think what is interesting is if you follow the practices of the community where people tend to get to a certain level and then stop, like 125 or 150 or 200, then that has implications about which class is actually best to start with, like which one is most optimal for your build. And I think it's kind of cool to explore how the different starting classes actually slot into different in-game builds, and what that means about the classes and how they are or aren't balanced against each other.
Ooh, look, it's an ether sphere.
Right. Let's claim this ether sphere, shall we?
Let's give it some.
You don't need to tell me.
Gale
I'll draw them. Looking good. Break.
I guess I'll just talk a little bit more about it. We're going to clear this island in the southeast, or this beach in the southeast of Erythia, and then we're going to cross over to the west side and go through another trip ruin over there. But anyway, I think like one of the really funny things about the way Elden Ring's classes are designed and the way like the items work is, most of the time, unless you are like 100% committing to just spellcasting, you want to have at least a decent amount of like the physical stats. You want endurance and strength and dexterity. Like, even if you're using the weapons that are really, really good for an intelligence build or a faith build, like, I think probably the best intelligence weapon in the game requires 16 strength, which is as much strength as the class with the highest starting strength. 11 if you two-hand, but that's not really what an intelligence build wants to do. What that ends up meaning, and like it's a similar thing for some of the like really strong faith-based weapons, what that ends up meaning is that the vagabond, the really boring, no magical stats, sword and board guy, ends up being most optimal for a lot of intelligence and faith-based builds that use even a little bit of, stats for weaponry. There is more to explore on this beach. There's actually a unique monster in the next section to like where that origin chart is. We'll come back for that later. But where we're going next is northwest of here. Elden Ring is the Three Houses of Souls. It's the only Souls game I've ever played, Arhead, and I've been intimidated by the reputation, and I can tell you, having now played most of the game a second time, I just got to the Consecrated Snowfield, for those of you who know where that is, on my second run. I was so bad at it the first time, but now that I have some more game knowledge, I think I've died less than 20 times, maybe like 12 to 15 in this whole playthrough, and I've done like everything in every region leading up to Consecrated Snowfield, so it's like 90% of the game done. We're getting you through Sekiro, maybe. So inside at the Pioneer's Inlet here, we got a new Trick Grotto. I think this is actually the hardest one, or at least it has the single hardest puzzle, even though it's A, not that hard, and B, not the last of these Trick Grottos we'll go to. The first puzzle is not too difficult. We need to get the left-hand disc all the way over to the right side while keeping two discs 180 degrees apart on the left-hand circle. So we just rotate this twice, and now we rotate the right side. So left, left, right, right, and we're done. You died less because you did everything. Well, I also know, like, how to dodge. I figured out how to do parries. That's pretty fun. I knew what to invest in. Like, I was better prepared in terms of like, the concept of mostly pump everything into vigor and don't bother going too hard on your damaging stats until you start getting to like level 50 or something. Knew how to do buffs. Or use useful buffs more. That was good. Okay, so for this one we need 2 discs on the top and the left of the left-hand circle, and then on the top and the bottom of the right-hand circle. So we need to get 2 across from each other on the right-hand side. But we can't just rotate the left side now because we need to get 2 discs on the left side next to each other. So we have to rotate all 3 on the right side away so we can change the position of the left-hand one. So now we've got 2 opposite on the right side and 2 together on the left side, and there we go. I wouldn't say it's a mistake. I wouldn't say I got good at parrying, but I successfully did it until I decided I was going to go with mostly, two-handing strength weapons for this round.
These are lying around everywhere.
This was a nice find.
It'd be rude not to. Just part of the protocol, innit? Brute force is my jam.
Everyone follow Senna.
I will say a hot take about Elden Ring, though. I think, based on my experiences, that a mage build is kind of hard, and a strength build is easy mode.
Reading another ether sphere.
Like, you get so many stance breaks with just like bashing the bosses with giant weapons, and they do tons of damage. You don't have to find that many windows. It's been really smooth sailing. I'll get the ether here as well.
Better not spill any of this.
They really spam L1 and half of Margit's health goes away. What, with like power stance weapons? Anyway, more exploring. This is kind of hidden, but there's a little nook or inlet over here. You're meant to come here when you're a little bit higher level, I guess, judging by the enemy levels, but there's no reason why you can't come here now. And the reward for finding this secret area is, well, I guess there are a couple of rewards. But one of them is a whole bunch of Pepitos jump out of the ground ahead. And those are the enemies that are worth a bunch of experience and CP. We will not be fighting them, so we'll ignore that little feature. Also, the container we just opened had a hermit mask. We got a legendary one of those, I believe, but that's the accessory that boosts your damage pretty dramatically to terrestrial creatures, so we might end up using that. And then over here we got our second Legacy of the Seven chest, which has Martis rings, and that is the best item in the game for boosting block rate. Unfortunately, block rate is not the best way to ensure survivability, but there are some upsides to blocking. It can disrupt enemy attacks and cuts damage in half, so we will be employing the Martis rings on some of our more block-focused defender classes at some points. Also, I need to do class change because Lance actually maxed out Sword Fighter, so he's a little bit ahead of schedule. Oh, you know what? I'm really glad I quick saved just a second ago. Because I got too busy talking and forgot to actually adjust classes before. I didn't want Lance to finish Sword Fighter yet. Bloodborne clears every other Souls game. Heard good things about it. Oh, with the glintstone staff. That's what you're talking about, Laxbike. What, like shooting glintstone pebble? Or do you mean like going out and getting rock sling first? Anyway, Xenoblade. We need to change Mio to Lapidarist for the first time, so I should actually talk about the class. I discussed it with Masha, and all the skills are the same. But again, this is a high crit rate healer class. We're not going to focus too much on the crit aspect of the class now, although that is useful if you want to go for a kind of hybrid offensive and healing support setup, which can be very powerful in some contexts. It's also got a fast recharge buff, which is very helpful, and a lot of utility, and of course the beaming edge skill to boost the party's crit rate. It doesn't stack, so when we have Masha in the party, her stronger version of this will override what Mio has. But just getting that like raw additive percentage crit rate is a really nice effect. That's really important to some crit-focused team compositions later in the game. So on Mio, I want Blessed Edge for healing, Golden Heart for the buff, and of course her field art. And together with that, we'll put Overfall down with her field, because they have pretty short cooldowns together. Tri-Slash with her buff art, and Spear Point Thrust with her healing / damaging art. Ethereal ability is okay, so is Strengthening Gambit and Protector's Pride for now. For gems, it's the usual healer setup, Soothing Breath and Life-Saving Expertise. We'll also go with Swelling Blessing to improve the power of her recharge rate up buff. Then, typical for a healer, we're giving her a Devotional Necklace and a late belt for survivability. Oh, Carrion Slicer, that would be the one that makes sense, yeah. And for Lance, yeah, he's not maxing out Sword Fighter yet. He's going to Actalone Exile for now. That's correct. Yes. Okay, this is the party we want.
Better not spill any of this.
how do you rank the Xenoblade games? My preference is 3. I like the gameplay most in 3, and I feel like I connected most with the story in this game. And then 2, and then 1.
Just part of the protocol, innit? Step aside or we will trample you. Yeah. Ready to roll. Cool, I'll give it a rinse. Go for it, Kaya. Ready to roll. Switcheroo. Cool, I'll give it a rinse. Switcheroo. Ready to roll. Switcheroo. Ready to roll. Go for it, Kaya.
Cool.
Right for the plucking. Looks like there's an ether sphere nearby. Should have enough to give Eno a boost now.
Alright, and right after that, since Senna has just hit rank 5 in Strategos, that's all we really wanted from the class, getting Strengthening Gambit, she's going to change to Incursor,
I'll knock him down.
which again we have basically already set up. We just need to replace an accessory that got stolen by someone else. And we'll give her our rare Gust Bracelet. Yeah, so that she can get her combo arts out faster. Astra, you rank them 2, 1, 3 from favorite to least. Okay. I think a big reason, and Z Mistake went 3, 1, 2. I don't think I'd be willing to put in the time to play Xenoblade 2 through again. But I played it in a time in my life where I really needed an escape, and
Come to uni.
it was that for me, and I really appreciated that.
Okay, great. Wonder what it's like inside.
And I said at the beginning of when I started this game on stream that it was Xenoblade 2 was like either the worst great game or the greatest bad game of all time, and I still stand by that. But if you really do get into it, it is pretty amazing.
This should prove useful later.
These are lying around everywhere.
So now we got the right setup. We're going to clear out one more ether sphere a little bit south of here, back at Ecdaso Verge. And then we will make our way over to our next, to another island in Erythia, where we will encounter our next wrecked Varanus Hulk.
Good thing we found this.
So over here, we don't want to do the skirmish yet, but we do want to collect this ether.
Step aside or we will trample you. Very attentive of you.
We look like we're about to die, so I am going to resort to the old standard here. Patrick, I do think there are really good reasons to play all the games, and I wouldn't say that, like, oh, you should determine which one is the best and and only play that one. All Xenoblade games are, well, I haven't played X, so I can't speak to that, but I think all of them are worth playing. They're very good. Okay. So with that, one more quick class change, because we're going to get a huge amount of CP from this next set of fights, and that'll be incredible overkill for Incursor on Tyon. So for right now, he switches to Lone Exile and starts in that class for the first time, so we have to set him up. Same as everyone else. Gale slash Demon Slayer, Soaring Tempest. Aerial Slash, that's better. And then we'll put Tri Slash on for combos. Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, Protector's Pride. And then Brimming Spirit, Powered Combo, Tailwind, Soldier Ring, and we'll give Tyon the Memory Locket for the time being, just to make sure we have a third person who can revive if necessary. That's going to be down here, I think. Yep. About the gacha aspect in 2. I do genuinely think that Xenoblade 2 would be a better game overall if there were no common blades whatsoever, and all of the rare blades were just, you know, scripted encounters, similar to how the heroes work in this game. I don't think... I think it's misguided to go with like randomized heroes or blades in that game in a 100-hour RPG. It just, yeah, you can compare different experiences and be like, oh, I got Boreas and I got Adenine or whatever, but it's kind of stupid. And for story progression, the rare blades don't really make that much of a difference anyway. I just think it'd be cool if, you know, they'd put some real effort into deciding, okay, when is it appropriate to have, you know, rare blades A, B, C, and D versus E, F, G, and H. What would be a good point to introduce them in the story, make them make sense thematically. And you could pull random ones whose quests can't be accessed till like chapter 8. Just also kind of annoying. All right, we got Tyon set up. We will... We're about to do a big sequence of fights, so I'm going to go back and get my CP meal again.
I'm starving. Got anything I can eat? Been waiting for this.
This has me raring to go.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take...
And back to the Erythia Sea. We'll come in from the... I'll go from Pioneer's Inlet, I guess.
On the world.
Blade balance does not exist in Xenoblade 2. So true. There are some that are just comically terrible. Even cosmically terrible. Okay, so next up is the Atoll Hulk at Baldotas Atoll.
Never been here before.
You have to clear out a bunch of Marignas, and what I find fun about this quest is it's a mix of basically one-on-one fights with these elite Marignas and group fights with other lesser Marigna enemies. So for the one-on-ones, we'll try to get our smash attacks going with Uni. And the group fights, it'll be safest to use Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros one. I am trying to get aggro on Uni and ideally hold it so that we can get the damage bonus on Gale Slash. That is a little bit more of a challenge in a party with multiple other defenders, some of whom are in a class that's better at generating aggro than mine is. And I'm also like holding fire so I can preserve my power charge for the smashes. It's never a problem at all though if we don't get the topples and launches in, which we seem to be missing, so okay. And I was late enough on that smash that I didn't actually get a lot of damage out of it. Come on, people. Use your combo arts, please. One thing that's really annoying about fighting... Oh, there we go. That's a nice smash. One thing that's really annoying about fighting in the water is if you get like knocked down or blown back by anything, you end up getting dunked under the water, and it takes a few seconds for you to surface again, and in that time you can't do anything.
I've got it all covered, just you watch.
That's what I want to hear. First come, first. Show us what you got.
Crashing into the water does a bunch of damage. No more damage than on land. Not different. I guess if you were fighting humanoid enemies, they might also get sort of stun locked by being dunked. That was Senna unlocking Lost Vanguard, and I believe she's the Diath 2 character. So we will be buying up ranks on that for her in a little while, and well, we're going to see a pretty dramatic power increase. Let's just put it that way. Astro, you wonder if path bonuses or DLC blades are more game breaking for the main campaigns of their respective games? It's kind of hard to judge. I never ended up playing through the game with some of like the last Xenoblade 2. I never ended up playing through with Crosset or Orvin. But I know they're amazing for the speedrun. I'm, I guess, a little tempted to say that path bonuses are more game-breaking because you can just like slap those classes on some of the stronger characters and go on cruise control for the entire game. Just hold forward. Okay, Tyon, do me a favor and rescue someone who needs rescuing. The AI rescue or healing priorities are really bad, so they always try to revive defenders before healers. So even though I have a party with 4 defenders, my one surviving person who could revive people would go around and heal and revive all the defenders before he got to any of the healers. I'm pretty close to leveling up. I'm going to save the... I'm going to do the group fight here and save the Marigna for last, after we level up. This one's dangerous because there's an elite Pike Marigna here. We almost died in the last fight. But this one is even a bit scarier. In that last fight, I was a little bit greedy about doing things with Uni before I interlinked, trying to just interlink a little bit faster for this round. And well, Mio's already dead. hopefully she and Masha can stay alive. It's really helpful that we got bind on the elite, so we didn't have too much trouble with that. A kill. I didn't really mean to draw aggro from this last guy, but I did. Just fine. We just leveled up, so everyone got a full heal for free. Seriously, 3 different people in the party who could launch and none of them did it? It's a good bind. Can you make use of the very exploitable instant death effect as a true lucky 7 in this playthrough? Yeah. It's kind of unavoidable. I'm not going to use it to, like, deliberately grind, if that's what you're thinking. Okay, so Kion and Uni got Lapidarist, and that's all we really need for that. And also, we saw earlier, Senna unlocked Lost Vanguard. So, yeah, we're done here, at least as far as combat goes. But up on the island, now we can spend a bunch of ether to reactivate the Hulk and reap our rewards.
Together now.
If you're an attacker, yes, it's unavoidable on normal enemies, and there's also an art for the class that that inflicts doom on enemies at low HP. In the containers this time, we get, again, 6 gold Nopon coins and 4 new accessories. Well, one of them's not new. Just got a second Nopon doll, which was the thing we also got from the very first Uranus Hulk. It's not very useful to have 2 of these, but one of them was a big help back in the day. We're just not that focused on maintaining aggro on defenders, or we won't be in the very near future, so I don't think we're going to be using much of the Nopon doll in the future. Dragon Fang Necklace increases damage dealt when attacking enemies targeting you by 27%. This is really bad because it's such a low value, and it stacks into the same multiplier as a whole bunch of other additive damage bonuses. Hero Van Braces, damage dealt when attacking higher level enemies. If this is applicable, this is more than twice as good as the Dragon Fang Necklace, just to give some perspective there. Still not a great effect, but at least it's consistent against tougher enemies. Champion Ring, when an attack is evaded, increases attacker's aggro towards the user by a large amount. Useless. because this gives a fixed amount of aggro, which is wildly out of scale with the amount of aggro you get just from dealing damage. So you can't really use this effect to catch up with high-end attackers. That's not a way to maintain aggro on an evasion-focused defender, unfortunately. Here's my favorite Nopon NPC in the game, Dum Dum.
Always nice to see a new face.
Who mentions Ishan Isle? Interesting.
Let's try not.
And the Aethel caravan has some, or at least one actually useful item. We got a worse version of the hero vambraces. We just got the legendary. You can buy the non-legendary one. Feather Misanga, evasion up at low HP. It is essential to have something like this for like maximum evasion builds, but those aren't good at holding aggro, so they're kind of bad. Bloody Orb, damaged out while an ally is incapacitated. It's a pretty strong effect. Hard to set this up deliberately, though. I wouldn't recommend building around it. Activity Amulet restores 2.5% of HP when a buff is applied. Very soon we're going to get a class that can go absolutely crazy with buffs, but even then, I don't think this effect is strong enough to be worth an accessory slot. And then we've got the Warped White Brooch and the Warped Black Brooch. These are very good. They are competitive with the raw attack boosting accessories. In fact, these ones, assuming that your arts are only physical or only ether, then, and because this can drop the enemy's defenses against those types of arts into the negatives, these are at least as good as having a raw 25% attack boost. Because if the enemy has, say, 0 physical defense and you cut it to negative 25, that's 25% more damage, which is the same thing as multiplying your attack by 125%. But if the enemy is resistant to that type of damage, it can be even stronger. So we'll buy a couple of these. We may not get a ton of use out of them because the silver belts that we have are about as good, and we'll get some other attack boosting accessories that are like 30%, which is more consistently strong than those brooches. And the issue for them is they're the same kind of effect as Ultimate Qigong, so the percentage gain is not quite as big, especially on the physical side. I mean, on the ether side, the warped the warped black brooch is one of the few sources of ether defense shred. But for the physical side, we're not generally going to combine 2 of these effects. It's better to have one effect to reduce enemy's physical defense and one to boost your own attack. Does Dum Dum give you Gum Gum? I don't think so.
Would you believe it?
Toast, your parents sent you to summer camp as a kid and you didn't like the experience. Was that like a classic, camp by the lake kind of summer camp? I don't think I've known anyone who in real life who went to one of those. Or at least they haven't told me about it. I feel like that's more of an East Coast thing. To send your kid off to like Lake whatever. Maybe. That's my impression anyway. Weird coming from your Fates videos and seeing you use Xenoblade DLC here when people in Fire Emblem can be much more purist. Well, it's ultimately up to everyone to make their own fun, right? And what I really like about the DLC in Xenoblade 3 is that it is very well integrated into the main story. At least the heroes are. Like, they show up at a time that makes sense, where their abilities and their roles are useful to the party, and kind of feel like they fill a void that makes the gameplay smoother without being, game breaking. Even though Lapidarist has a really, really, really strong skill that's important for post-game stuff, it's not that crucial for anything you'd be doing here in Chapter 5. We're not focused on crits. It's just a nice thing to have that gets you another interesting class to work through. And yeah, I would say, genuinely, one of the most disappointing things about Engage for me is that the DLC is so badly integrated into the overall flow of the campaign. It would be harder to do this, but I would rather, like, if I pay 30 or 40 bucks or whatever it was for the DLC, and it's supposed to add extra maps that I can do during the story, I would rather have them like make me start a new playthrough so I can access that content and make it, part of the progression, where you do, up to Chapter 6, and then you do DLC Quest 1, and then you go on to Chapter 7. Chapter 7's now scaled up a little bit higher to compensate for the fact that you have more experience. I think that would make a better game than what they do, or what they did with the Divine Paralogs and or whatever they were called. And the actual side campaign, just a complete mess, where I think they tried to split the baby in terms of designing a highly tailored experience versus letting you bring your own team, and it's terrible. I'm letting this run for a good long while. I think typically I've been aiming to use each fabricator so far at least 20 times. I'm going to try to do 40 or so for this one. We're about halfway done. The reason for that is I need certain materials in order to progress a hero quest, or specifically the Doric project for Colony 30. And I'm hoping to get all of those from this fabricator without having to go run around all of Cadencia finding them. Fate's DLC classes are all their own brand of broken. Yeah, they're really unbalanced too. Although I'm sort of the opinion that free DLC ought to be just included in the metagame as people discuss it for Fire Emblem, and that hasn't been historically the case. Like there was well, for Fates, for example, had free boots, and no one considers that when they talk about Fates units. And I don't like having the free boots in Fates, but I think if you're being sort of honest about what the gameplay experience is and what capabilities are in your hands without requiring that people buy the DLC, then yeah, we ought to take into account things like the hero's weapons or Engage. Toast, you don't think people are as critical of the Xenoblade gameplay experience compared to Fire Emblem? No, I don't think they are. I like the combat system in this game a lot, but it's clear that while Monolith Software really tried hard to you know, clean things up and make a lot of features in this game more sensible than they were in, say, Xenoblade 2. That they didn't set out to make a perfectly balanced game. But what I think they did do really well is make a game with a very good feeling of progression, where you unlock basically every chapter you get at least one really powerful new ability that changes the way you approach combat. And I think that's great. Like, so chapter 2 you get chain attacks, chapter 3 heroes, chapter 4 Ouroboros pairs and Ouroboros orders, so your chain attacks go crazy. Chapter 5 we're getting smash now that we've got smash in a consistent way, I guess. Now that we're getting through Lost Vanguard. Chapter 6 we'll get something else, and then I guess chapter 7 doesn't have much of a new mechanic, but if you go straight from the required story quest in chapter 6 to the end of chapter 6, then it's kind of like you're getting a couple of really powerful new classes just for the final chapter. I'm gonna pull a couple more times from this fabricator. And then we'll move on. People meme about final chapter tutorials as if it was some condemnation of the game. The one that I think is funny is that you get the burst tutorial in chapter 6 because the only class before then that has access to a burst art is optional. You could get it in chapter 3. We have it. That's Thaumaturge. But since there's no regular burst art until chapter 6, that's when you get the tutorial. But if I remember correctly, the extra funny thing is that you get a special burst talent art at the beginning of chapter 6, and they don't explain burst then. They wait for you to get the class that has a normal burst art and then give you the tutorial. Okay. For our next journey, we're going back to Corn Island, the one we explored before, to get the Looney Rings. I'm going to change Noah's class to Medic Gunner. We already have him set up in that class, so nothing more to do there. Our meal is still active. And so yeah, we're going to make some progress in the story. Kind of.
Is that what I think it is?
Anyway, coming back to the discussion about using DLC in Fire Emblem, I think Palladia said, yeah, it's true, Fire Emblem has way more of a focus on being pure than other games. Oh, I actually do need to go up to the upper level. Forgot. I think in the modern environment where we have like post-release updates, patches that affect gameplay, as well as free DLC that affects gameplay, like the line between those things is basically non-existent. And since I don't think we'd expect people to down patch or anything like that, then I don't see what the point is in saying, well, you can accept the stuff from the patches that add new gameplay stuff, but you can't include the things that you download for free that add new gameplay things. Now, it might be that the free stuff you can go affirmatively choose to download is really unbalanced and not fun to play with, but that's kind of a separate discussion from, like, is it legitimate or should it be considered as part of your resources? Anyway, so we went around all the way back to the top of the island again so that we could drop down on this ledge and get this container.
It'd be rude not to.
The Ashen Wolves are usually considered fair game for 3 houses. And I think that's fair too. Because, I mean, unlike Engage, they are at least somewhat reasonably well incorporated into the flow of the main game. Balthus is really, really strong for the early game, notably. But other than that, it's not like they're out of line with anything else.
I'll just soak all this up.
Okay. And then down here we...
Not to worry,
Oh.
just stick to the plan.
Ruining my cutscene introduction game. Stop fighting me.
Should be time for dinner soon, right? Just part of the protocol, innit?
Down here we can see the Bellina. And actually, if you can see that that Levnis guarding the outlet to this little lagoon. I mentioned when we got into the Erythia Sea in the first place that the speedrun tactic is to go to this island and around the backside first, because then you can pick up the camp waypoint on this side of the island, because the outlet isn't blocked and the ship isn't here. It's only when you go to get the briefing at Venisog Holm that the ship shows up here and the cove gets blocked. We're going to have to fight 2 Testudos. Because we went and killed the survey team at the top of the island last time we were here, we will not face any reinforcements, so that should make this fight a little bit easier. And since I said I would try to remember this, I am going to open this fight by having Lance interlink, so we get big damage reduction beginning. With his incredible guard. The AI really likes to spam that art, which is kind of good. It's about the most useful thing he can do when he doesn't have interlink level 3. But now I think it's time for art spam again. We do only have Senna in the party as someone who could topple, so that's a significant limitation on our ability to smash. She is doing it, but I don't have my smash art up, sadly.
We can't have you lying down.
I can chain attack, but I don't want the double XP from the kill, from killing it with the chain, so I will just continue with normal tactics. I could use the chain attack just to get some free heals in an emergency, but I don't really need that. Should have canceled. There we go. So with the enemies cleared, we can check inside the ship and get some data out of the ship's computers, which ends up pointing us to a second data archive on Urban Island. So we need to go get that too. There might have been... I don't think there was a voice cutscene for that. Yeah, I don't think so. So new campsite. means new Nopon to meet, Hazy Daisy. And another Raider Pawn.
See a new face?
Hazy Daisy points us to the Erythia Relay base, which is the Agnian base on Thurbin Island.
Let's try.
And the Island Caravan has some really good stuff. Circlets of Wisdom, we can get extra copies of this. So it's the best healing accessory we have access to right now. I'll get up to 3. Extra plate belts. This is not quite as good as the legendary one. Our legendary plate belt makes us deal 30% less damage, but take 20% less. These are only worth 15% damage reduction, but still good to have. Can boost survivability on characters that don't really care about their damage output, like healers. And everything else in here is not really worth caring about, but those two are good, and that's above average for a shop in this game. So that's the first half of the quest that we need to unlock the next part of the story. We will not get to the second half for a while yet. We're going to turn back now and go... well, we'll do... yeah, we'll do 1 or 2 small like dialogue-only quests, and then we're going to do an Ascension quest back at Colony 30. So for that, switch to Lone Exile on Noah. We're just kind of getting points in this class where we can. Lone Exile is a class where Noah has sea aptitude. He's going to level up pretty slowly, but basically for Noah, I think we'd like to clear out as many defender classes as possible, because we're going to get a powerful upgrade for him later in the game, and that upgrade works by far the worst on defender classes. So it can make him really strong as a healer, or especially as an attacker, but as a defender he's not that useful. So I'd rather have him in defender classes now before we get to that point. Uni's almost done with Lost Vanguard, but we don't need her in it for this next quest. So she'll take up Yumsmith to try to work on unlocking the one Agnian inheritable break art flashback. And just because she has extra dialogue in this one of these upcoming quests, I will put Alex in the party as well. On Noah, our soldier rings are spoken for now, so I'm going to give him a silver belt just for damage. And Uni can have our stronger silver belt. I'm going to set this up as if Uni already had finished Lost Vanguard, because then she'd be able to bring in a smash art, and that would be really, really strong on the Kevesi attacker class. She's not quite done yet, so she doesn't have it, so instead of running Mighty Beat, we'll have to slot something else in temporarily. But she's going to take the silver belt and the Looney rings in anticipation of having that set up. For gems, we want Analyze Weakness, Empowered Combo, and a couple different things you could choose here. I'm going to go with Double Strike to help get her Agnian arts recharged faster. For skills, we want Ultimate Qigong, Critical Strike, Protector's Pride. Oh yeah, and then arts. Yeah, we'll take Extended Slash, not Flashback, and not Energy Grenade. We'll take Recharge and Determination. I like Recharge in the second slot. That can go with Aerial Slash. Determination can have Wide Slash. And then we would normally put Mighty Beat here with Extended Slash as her one damaging art to go with their Smash art. Since we don't have that yet, we'll stick Violent Flurry there. Would you say that having to actively put in effort to keep Xenoblade's gameplay balance is a flaw of the series? To an extent. I think there are better ways they could approach the dichotomy between experience and bonus experience. Actually, what I think they ought to do is make experience like the automatic levels come from quest progression, and especially story quests, and make all the combat experience bonus experience. Because I think that would facilitate exploring the world and checking out all the cool stuff that there is to find, and being able to do all kinds of fights without getting way ahead of the curve. And it would make sure that you're at a certain power level when they expect you to, and they can design more encounters more closely around being, you know, on a certain level curve. Why is this upgrade not good on defenders? Isn't it pretty class agnostic? No. There are different skills that you get depending on your base class with that upgrade. And the defender ones are terrible. The only thing they need to patch in is adding motion controls to Smash Arts. You know what? I'm in favor of that proposal.
If you want the job done right. Feels nice filling all that in. If you want the job done right. Feels
Just doing a couple of Collectopedia quests. I think this is the only one, well, aside from distributing Colony Iota goods, I think this is the only one that ties into an actual proper quest. You can see that the text in this message from Sif is all garbled. And that looks like some kind of bug with the game.
I think I deserve a thank you, don't you?
It is in fact a bug in the world. So we'll have to discuss that info. We'll also gather some other info around Colony Iota, because it turns out, well, a Collectopedia related quest is going to have Colony Iota involved. There are 3 quests to pick up here. This one is about supply shortages. Funny, because we just had an excess of ether over at Colony Lambda, but seems like we're short here. And then this is about that bugged Collectopedia card we saw from Sif that we just fulfilled. You have to do a backflip IRL to do air slash. Now that would be earning your fun, wouldn't it? So that's 2 of our info pieces to discuss. I'm also looking for Caspar, who should be wandering around the base somewhere. Oh.
Don't you think it's about time? I'm sure you're all starved by now.
There's Caspar. And he mentioned Salazar, another person, Colony Iota, who's planning to run some kind of experiment on Ouroboros.
I'm just gonna lie here and you can't stop me. This reminds me. We need to lay all this out.
So, here's the quest about the lack of supplies in the storehouse. Then the Collectopedia abuse, which is the one we're actually going to do, about the bugged Collectopedia card from Sif. And thirdly, I guess I already did Ouroboros research.
Let's move out.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Wait, did I get the Ouroboros experiment? Scan supplies. Oh yeah, that doesn't directly give you the quest. There's a quest marker here, but I don't want to go to that right now. Okay, so let's talk to Sequoia. Find out what's going wrong with that Collectopedia card. He says there's some kind of interference caused by black fog, and then the suggestion is, well, what if it's not about getting the items on the card? What if it's about being noticed? And it turns out, when we go to the Orion tunnels to track down the source, that Sif was sending those messages because he's been trapped in the tunnels.
Just be careful, all right?
So we go over there and we free him.
All right. Hey, there's someone there.
We can expect an interesting story.
And with that, we report back to Sequoia.
Report to Sequoia and we're done. Now we just got to report to Sequoia and we're done.
I'd never even thought of using Collectopedia cards like that. I just hope nothing bad comes of it.
And it is kind of wild, actually, that Alex and the rest of Colony Iota never thought of using the Collectopedia cards just to post messages. Like, it was never a message board. It was specifically a requisitioning system. It seems to me like it's easier to have the infrastructure to just post messages than it is to also have item delivery
It's about time for a meal?
teleportation built into it. But go figure.
Would you believe it?
Wikipedia, Twitter, when? No, it's C, the everything site. Okay, so again, we're not going to do the quest here, the Ouroboros experiment quest with Salazar, quite yet. Instead, we're going to go over to Colony 30, and hopefully we got enough materials from that fabricator on the island that we'll be able to finish Phase 4.
What were we handing over?
This looks promising. I don't remember what all these are worth, so I'll just do a bit of everything, I guess. That works. Now that we've gotten through stage 4, there's more info we can gather around the colony. This is just some flavor about different Leibnizes and which ones are people's favorites. There's also
I see.
the actually important info up by the barracks about a Nopon doing things suspicious around the Doric project.
And now we know things.
And over by the canteen, we can hear about our moves. Specifically, how tasty our moves are.
Don't you think it's about time for a meal?
You know, you've got to take regular
I'm going to
breaks.
buy the food here and wipe out our CP boost meal again.
That's good.
There were about 9 minutes left of it.
Thanks ever so much.
Keeping in mind that my meals are ticking down at double speed.
This reminds me.
Nopon being suspicious in my Xenoblade game? It's never happened before, Palladia. Yeah.
This reminds me. Right then, strategy meeting.
got their strength back.
So we need to go ask around about the Nopon in the colony. We need to talk to Puli Puli. As soon as we do, he's going to make like the wind. Ride like the wind. What's the phrase? Make like a tree and leave. Leave.
Is this like a rare thing?
So this is the quest that actually introduces you to the tunnel under the colony if you never found it before. Of course, at this point we're 20 levels over all the enemies, so they won't bother us this time. All we have to do is climb up these vines like we did way back when. Ina will fight the allegations for Puli Puli. I don't know. She's going to have a tough case with this one in the end. But then again, it's not like justice in Colony 30 is all that fierce a thing. He's doing it for Alexandria. She goes, "What? Who are you?" He has a crush. Or something.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Puli Puli is still more likable than Tatsu. I think he benefits from not being voiced very much. Go. It's so easy. Just tell Valdi you're sorry. It's fine.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Right. So now
Puli Puli's helping with the construction now. Hope he's keeping his nose to the grindstone.
That Nopon is fishy however you look at it. We should remain wary of him.
gee, I wonder if now that they made a point to highlight the fact that everyone's suspicious of Puli Puli, if he's ever going to do anything else nefarious. Anyway, now we're on phase 5.
Just
We can again deliver materials for that. And we have enough. Good. So, nothing's changed in the colony, visibly, yet. But if we put Valdi in the party,
I'm coming with you. Hey, Valdi, is Lizette not around? Oh, you're right. I wonder where he's gone.
got a quest marker up here.
Lizette, what happened?
We're standing 1 minute and then flop onto ground.
What?
You're overreacting, don't you think? I'm just exhausted, that's all.
You've been pushing yourself too hard.
Workload's pretty intense right now. I've got to do my part to keep the colony running.
Is it really that bad?
We used to get support based on how well the Levna squadrons performed in battle. The castle provided for us, so now we have to work like a mudder to make up the shortfall.
Why didn't you tell me?
Didn't think I needed to. I thought I could manage well enough by myself.
Now that stink of untruth. You said working hard for Valdi. Did not want sympathy vote.
Hey!
You said want to act dependable to get on good side of Valdi. Tried hard not to show weakness.
Is that true?
What does it matter? Fact is, I can't be lying down on the job.
Look, we get that you're under a lot of pressure. What is it that needs doing, anyhow?
Dispatching of Levnesses to Colony Lambda.
To Lambda?
So you're lending out Kavesi Levnesses to Agnes?
That's right. Even after they've served their purpose in battle, the Levnesses themselves can still function. I wanted to get as much use out of them as I could.
So he say. But now look at sorry state of him. Where Papa also been showing you that ropes as little side project.
Oh, you were teaching me?
This sort of overwork situation seems to occur in a lot of Japanese games.
Come on.
It's almost like it's a commentary on Japanese work life or something.
Well, if you're asking, how about handling the Levna shipment I was talking about? Once you get them there, it's just a matter of delivering them to the commander.
Sure thing. I can do that.
Incidentally, what need does Commander Izzard have with Kavesi Levnesses?
I'm not 100% on the details, but he wants them for some kind of survey.
Levnesses to scout something out. I wonder what's going on at Lambda.
No point speculating when we can just check it out ourselves. Right?
Right.
Be thorough, yeah? Oh, but, don't push it too hard.
Oh, we'll be fine. You just take a lie down and make sure you're all rested up. So then, off to Colony Lambda we go.
So, this is the Ascension quest for Valdi, and it's one we're actually going to do, unlike immediately, unlike Ino's. And Uni's. First step, let's go visit Izzard. Lady, you do like the colony crossover stuff? I like it too. I think it's nice to see how the quests in the later chapters develop the colony relationships and explore the fact that you are sort of building your own network of resistance against Mobius. And how that works logistically. It's pretty fun.
Commander Izzard, right? We're here with the Levnesses you ordered.
I appreciate how readily you accepted our request. Thank you. But I must say, I hadn't expected you to deliver them in person, Commander.
Yeah, sorry about that. We had to improvise. Ah, you know how to operate them, right? Our guys normally do the piloting.
We've hired pilots for that very reason. Though, we wouldn't mind getting some pointers.
Oh, that's great. Our pilots have been wanting to chat with you too. Anything you need to know, just ask.
Glad to hear it.
Commander Izzard, I hear you're using the Levnesses for some sort of survey. Care to divulge?
Yes, about that. We've observed recently that our water sources around the colony are being rapidly depleted.
So you're using them to investigate?
No. In fact, the survey branch has already identified the cause. It's the
Couldn't a
animals living
Mobius
at
just
the top
drop
of the
by
Great
and destroy a
Falls.
freed colony when we're not around?
But their natural habitat should be the Orion Mountains.
There are
And their presence here has been affecting the flora.
a lot of questions like that that you just can't really allow to bother you. Like, ostensibly,
That's an issue, all right.
So you want to take
Zed
those
controls the
overgrown
physical
feather brains out
rules
the
of this
picture.
world.
That it?
Which is
And if
why
he
you
really
need powerful
does,
Levnesses. You're looking a bit worse for wear there,
you shouldn't.
Izzy.
It should
You
be
run
impossible
yourself
to
ragged
resist
too.
him.
Too.
My lieutenant's also been burning himself.
Failure of imagination on his part, I think.
Noah?
We'll help you out too.
I appreciate the offer, but I think
You underestimate this job, and you're going to collapse from overexertion too. Better to share the load, no? It'll make life easier.
Valdi's really worried about him.
Could be a nice little excursion. No one's gonna complain.
All right then, if it's no trouble. We'll have this issue sorted in no time flat with you on board.
Easy peasy.
Also true that,
Just let us have 'em.
I mean, you could rationalize it,
This
say it's like,
Commander Valdi.
it's not really a problem because you free all those colonies, but all those soldiers are going to die within the next 10 years anyway, and they'll just grow a new batch and things will be back to normal.
Hey, tell me something. Are you and Izzard pals, Tayo?
I wouldn't exactly say pals. The commander is more akin, perhaps, to your chief status.
I don't want to go into too much more commentary on that subject for now until we get to more, deeper in the game, I guess. So we got to go up here to defeat a flock of ant cells.
Is that Opal breaking clams? The ant cells were sighted a bit further up, right?
That's right. There are skeeter nests around here as well. We should take care.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
Wait, is that...
Where are you going, Valdi?
Those are the things that Izzard wants defeated. Is this who's been giving Izzard so much trouble? Golden Heart! Scale flat!
This'll keep me going. Ready to roll. Cool, I'll give it a rinse.
It's so stupid how strong Atomize is. Just you blow up and every enemy loses 30 to 40% of their HP.
They won't be tearing up the cure grass any longer. I hope that now...
Oh, you were going for connivingness, Ladia?
Their fighting days are finally over.
Valdi, pleased to look. Such pretty, pretty flowers.
Oh, wow. But it's such a tiny patch of them.
You think those ants have got them or something?
No, those flowers are from the Urian Mountains. And they don't normally grow in this region.
Well, how then?
Maybe it's just as Uni said. Maybe
Ion, this
the
is
ant
like
cells carried the seeds and they ended up here.
100 yards
That's nuts.
from the Urian Mountains.
They probably had the seeds stuck in their feathers. And they just
Yes, I
happened to
know
land
the scale
here.
in this game is not,
Still,
in
of all the
gameplay, is not
places they could have
representative of
blown.
what the world is supposed to
Just
be.
random chance, Uni. Not like they grew here on purpose. Only questions whether they make it.
They did choose. They chose to bloom up here. They never gave up.
You find watching potatoes grow
They're
amusing?
just like me.
Oh, I can tell you someone who does.
This world, it lives and breathes, just like me.
Happy revelation?
Yeah, it's awesome.
This is so corny.
I never thought we'd be
I will say, I feel like
anemone here.
every time I play
You look pretty
Valdi's
pleased,
quests in
Tyler.
particular, it's like
Make us a cuppa then.
everything in the quest story just goes in one ear and out the other. Kind of interesting if there's a bunch of Levnesses up here for scenery. It's part of the quest, though. I don't know why they included that. Also, I don't know if I mentioned, we haven't been down to the area to check, but that supply drop you see over there with the smoke coming out, it's down at the lower level. That's the very first one in the game that can drop break brooches. So if you're interested in getting one of those early, that's a place you could potentially luck out and get one.
I see it went well. We've already received your report.
About the Ansel's impact on the environment.
It's all good. Our survey branch will be monitoring the situation carefully.
Then how about we leave the Levnesses here? Could you give us an update if you happen to find out anything new?
You feeling okay there, Valdi? You sound like you're interested in something that's not a Levnis.
Oh, come on. They're adapting to their environment by themselves. It's such an amazing phenomenon. How could I possibly pass it up?
Ha, how indeed. The most feared mechanic in Kevis. So wide-eyed and innocent.
Huh?
Up until we met in person, I pictured you as a cold, ruthless commander who would stop at nothing to achieve victory.
That's the Colony 30 Consul's fault.
Yeah, Valdi himself's got nothing but Levnis on the brain.
Hey, that's mean. Well, perhaps you're right. I've been blindly sending Levnesses to their destruction.
But you're only looking at one aspect of the whole. Aren't you furthering a large-scale project for a new model? I hear it's a type of Levnis designed for a wholly different
Is it
purpose.
just me or is Isser's voice acting kind of flat?
Huh?
He doesn't emote a
How'd you
whole
hear
lot.
about that?
The survey branch has eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, look at me and the fancy spy network I used to work for.
You're talking about Doric. He's my friend. When he's finished, you've got to come visit.
I believe I will. I look forward to building a lasting friendship with Colony 30. I'd be happy to accept your assistance in the future.
Great, I can't wait. Good news all round, huh?
Colony relations
Now I'm
changed,
friends
looks
with
like.
Yuzette has so got to hear about this.
Well then, let's not keep him waiting. Back to Colony 30.
Like we're told, back to Colony 30.
Something smells tasty. I'm back!
Hey, you taking it easy now?
Yeah. You were gone for some time. It wasn't just a quick there and back.
Yeah, one thing led to another. Sorry to butt in. Yuzette! The Nopon are in a real tizzy. Won't stop moaning about the lack of Levnite.
Oh, they finally gone and used it up.
Is it important?
It's an ore we use for Levnis maintenance. Tune them up with it and they're gliding like they're on ice.
We're already negotiating with Colony 4 to get us some of theirs. I, don't suppose you could try to smooth things over with the crew, just for the time being.
Oof. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Yuzette, you know that transmission we received earlier? Well, there's a problem.
Is a mud puppet a Muppet?
How much is this guy juggling?
Lady Agoram, have you ever seen Look Around You?
When he keeps getting pestered like this.
What? What do you mean? You can't reach a shipment?
Ah, I wasn't privy to the details.
Look around you.
All I know is that some guy
Have
called
you spotted it
Solon
yet?
from Colony 4 told us to tell you.
Hey, Noah.
I know what you're thinking. Let's take this to Colony 4.
Let's.
Colony relations changed,
What's
looks
going
like.
on in
Oh,
Colony?
for any of you who haven't seen Look Around You,
Let's go to
I think you can still find it on YouTube. Look for Look Around You Ants. I promise, it's great.
Something smells tasty.
These are not good tidings, especially when we're so swamped.
Excuse me, are you Solon?
You wouldn't happen to be an evil sorcerer, would you?
Shipment to Colony 30. I was told that you couldn't send it, and I was hoping to find out why.
Did you run into an issue?
Well, we sent some of our compeers to Dana Desert, but we haven't heard from them since. I can't exactly leave my post, so I was deliberating as to how we should proceed.
You said the desert, right? Anywhere in particular?
The richest Levnite veins can be found by a landmark known as Glamrock, so you might try there.
That
Who
seems
would
like
say
enough to go on,
Glamrock?
right?
Like, I struggle to imagine.
We'll head out there to look for them.
If I were referring to a landmark by that name, I would not say
We
Glamrock.
can't just ignore someone in need.
That would be Glam
And
Rock.
besides, we need to get our hands on that.
Such a
Levnite.
weird
Well then, thank you very much.
emphasis to
I hope
place
to hear good
on
news
that.
from you.
Glam Rock.
So their friends didn't return? That sounds kind of worrying.
We'd better go find them quick.
Is the point that it's supposed to sound like Shamrock? Just double checking I had all the classes set up right. Okay, one more group fight. This one has, I think, 5 enemies.
There they are.
We'll have this sorted out in a jiffy.
Let's rush them down.
Fine by me.
Well, it's not a group fight anymore.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna. Are you all right?
Yes, thank you. You saved our skins. Never seen monsters like that before. They really caught us off guard.
Yeah, it's weird that those monsters were there.
One would usually expect them to reside in their natural habitat, above the Great Cot Falls.
So they decide to move house?
This isn't walking distance we're talking here.
They'd have had to have migrated from their old territory. After what happened to those mountains, the Ansels must have tried to take shelter beneath the Great Falls.
I'll bet that's what pushed these guys out. And then they moseyed on over here to the desert.
Our squad leader just gave us an update. You're here to pick up the Levnite. If you want, we can just give it to you here. Saves you a trip back to Colony 4, right?
You sure? Well, thanks.
This'll at least take one thing off you Zed's plate.
Brunella sounds different than I would have imagined.
See? I can get things done when I put my mind to it.
We're done with the Levnite issue too. Back to Colony 30 then?
Hold up. That Levnis.
Hey, Commander. Good to see you back.
Hey, Zuza. This little buddy's the Levnis we lent Izzard, isn't it? Doesn't he want it anymore?
To thank us for your offer of cooperation with Colony Lambda, they've sent us a fair bit of supplies and food.
Wow! All this? I'll need to thank him a bunch.
Ah, Commander, there you are. Guess what? Colony 4 just approached us with a deal to receive regular shipments of Levnite from them.
What? What? What?
I'll head down the docks and tell everyone.
And just like that, it would appear that the bond between our respective colonies has been restored.
Nice one.
Huh?
He hasn't even realized, has he? Come on, man!
You brought everyone together, Valdi.
I did?
It's really quite amazing. Even though you're all doing different things, you help each other out in all sorts of different ways.
Dude, that sounds like something one would smoke.
And when there's something missing, it always has a knock-on
I would
impact
not have thought about it
somewhere
that way.
else. Sometimes you don't notice something's awry until after that effect has manifested itself.
You know, the world's kind of like a Levnis, isn't it? It's like a mesh of so many different parts, all interconnected. And because it's made up of all these different things and people, it moves. It's alive.
So then, Valdi and Manana are also belong to parts of world?
Not just us. My buddies here are too.
Not just some tools to be used, eh?
Right, they're not. I'm just reaching for ideas right now. But hey, I'm a mechanic. And if the world's like a Levnis, then
He said the name of the quest. He said the name of the quest.
I'll make a new tomorrow, where we can all live in harmony.
Ambitious goal for Grease Monkey, but willing to keep on radar, with much giving of side-eye.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Was not compliment.
Well, I believe in you, mate. You're Kevis's #1 mechanic, after all. You can't argue with that.
Shucks.
Okay then, let's report into Uzette, shall we? Colony relations changed, looks like.
Riku's such a party pooper.
Uzette! Shouldn't you be lying down?
Nah, I'm feeling way better. I'm not just putting on a brave face for you guys, okay? I'm not.
Uh-huh. Alright. If you say so.
Thanks for always getting us out of trouble, Uzette.
What? Where'd this come from?
Turns out this guy's actually more thoughtful than you give him credit for.
Thoughtful?
From now on, I'm helping you with your chores. So let's both do the best we can, and make some of the finest Levnises the world has ever seen.
Sure, count on it. As if, over my dead body.
Huh?
If I trust you with anything, things are gonna get way out of hand. You just casually go and extend the leases on Levnis rentals. You plain give away the materials that we cracked down on after we caught those guys illegally hoarding. Every time you give a report, my blood runs cold. Think about how I feel trying to manage this stuff.
Right. Sorry. Still, I'm glad to see you're feeling well enough to give me a telling off like that.
Glad, but I'm seething with rage here.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, I guess none of this really sorted out Uzette's workload problem, did it?
Yeah, I guess not. But maybe this is a good way for them to mesh in the end.
Maybe it is. Remember what Issa told us? That you can't just look at one aspect of the whole. I think that's how it is with Colony 30.
Well, we're not nearly done with Colony 30, I can tell you that, but that's the completion of our first hero Ascension, which means that we can now train in more medic up to rank 20 instead of rank 10, which is pretty helpful for us because it means we get an extra healer class that we can continue to train through. So, for example, if Lance got to a point where he'd already finished all his other healer classes that are above C aptitude, which he has, it'd be more efficient for him to continue in an S aptitude class than to pick up something like Tactician or Lapidarist. So, just in terms of overall CP gains, it's good to have the option to go back to something like more medic. Valdi himself gets to level 20 instantly, rank 20, which for him just means that he gets upgrades on the power of all his arts, and cooldowns, and upgrades to his skills. So Doesn't really change anything that Valdi does, but he is a little bit better now than he was before. But that's not all we have to do in Colony 30 right now, even. Because we finished that quest, we can go right back down to Rapapa and give him materials to advance to stage 6 on the Doric project.
Let's just keep plugging away at it, shall we? Just give us a moment.
Which, bizarrely, are sort of easier to get the materials for than stage 5. I don't know why. Overkill. Oh well. The power went out. Oops. So I don't think we've really bothered with this so far. I'd like to take a moment to just go and look at the actual Piranhas for Colony 30, which is interesting design. It's stretched out, spanning across this. I guess this is a crater. It's an annihilation crater. He's just dangling there. Hello. Doric gets all the FaceTime. It's kind of a shame. Poor old Piranhas here doesn't get much action. Oh well. Anyway, over by the commissary is the information we need for this next quest in the Colony 30 quest chain, which is about solving the ether shortage. You know, we did just set up an ether distribution network. And we're told that Colony 30 would be able to pay for it with their tech. So you'd think we might set up something like that, but I mean, that's kind of what we end up doing. But this quest involves us sending a bunch of Nopon from Colony 30 over to other colonies to see if they can provide any extra ether. And as far as I'm aware, it is not possible to finish this quest in this chapter. You can try. You can send out all the Nopon and tell them which colonies to go to, and you make a choice, and then you get a certain amount of ether back. But I don't believe there's any combination of choices in Chapter 5 that will get you to the amount you need. So you have to wait. And if you don't get the amount you need, then you have to wait another chapter, basically, to be able to go again. So there's no way to complete the quest until before Chapter 6. We're going to move on from Colony 30, and that means not only dropping Valdi from the party in favor of Masha, but also changing up our classes once again. We should actually finish Medic Gunner on Noah, or, well, pretty soon. Not in the next fight, but we'll fight a few more elite or unique monsters later that should get us to the end, but he'll get pretty close. We'll go for Lone Exile on Mio. Lost Vanguard again on Uni, so she should finish that in the next 2 fights. Tyon's going to take up Zephyr temporarily, because he's going to get more than enough in Lone Exile. We're going to keep him in Lone Exile for a long time, in just a second, but quick break right now. And that should be all the class changes, so we're still running 4 defenders. With Noah back in Medic Gunner, Mio, I guess, needs a Soldier Ring. Uni's all kitted out in Lost Vanguard, and Tyon in Zephyr can drop Wide Slash for Speed Demon. And also should take a Gust Bracelet so he can use his Break and Topple arts faster. Okay. Also, I'll go back into the Soul Trees. Gotten quite a few more SPs. Now I can afford enhancing Link Force on Noah. Isn't that important by itself, but it just opens up more nodes that are better. For Mio, we'll grab heat control time.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
On Uni, we're saving up for Raptor Raid first. Again, we're trying to get to Unceasing Blessing enhanced version. Ion can grab the other heat control time node. Lance, we got Incredible Guard. We'll save for enhancing Volcano Cannon. We'll try to go up to this top left section so we can enhance Hefty Protection and then get the attack up bonus and then more heat control. And for Senna, we'll grab heat control arts canceling on our way towards enhancing her smash art and giving her an extra attack boost. Have you done an Iron Man of any Fire Emblem games, Oren? I have Iron Man Conquest before. Nothing else, actually. It's not a scene that I feel like I have a particular affinity for. I think it's a cool challenge, it's just not the way I normally approach the games. So, next quest. We're going to finally do the Scavenger Force. We need to explore the lands near the Great Sword, where the scavenger teams from the city are trying to recover supplies.
Sometimes virtue brings with it other rewards too.
Come
This
to
should
you,
prove useful later.
These are lying around everywhere.
And I think it's thematic to bring Masha along. You could also bring Monica. I don't think any of them have any extra dialogue, sadly.
I'll just
And
soak all this up.
interacting with the other forces from the city. So, Mizuki's expressed his gratitude to us for bringing back the remains from the battlefield at Guraflava, including his friend Yu's dog tags.
Oh my, how boorish.
Got distracted here. I want to get to this container. It's defended by a couple of Ilukas who will pop out of the ground, but if you run up this, what is apparently a spine of like the dead Letherian Titan or something,
It is a veritable
you can get to it without triggering the enemies.
This is valuable. I'll hang on to it.
These are lying around everywhere. Hey, this one means business.
Guys, get ready to fight.
Down this way we can meet Kabata. And we need to apparently clear a couple of Garafas in order to get to a Levnis part. Although that is in fact not true. We do not have to kill any Garafas. I want to get to the bunch of husks over here. Without super speed, it's kind of a little bit of a challenge to send these off without getting attacked. Because there are two flying enemies who hang out here and will aggro on you, generally. The way you can do it is by running this way and getting yourself, similar to what we did in Agnes Castle, you get yourself in a fight with Ilukas and over here, while you drop aggro from the other bird, the other Ansel over this way. And if you time it right, then you can get to the husks without, while the elite Ansel here is despawned. I was not doing that very effectively, but luckily I can cheat. There's also no reason why you couldn't just come back later and do this when you're at a higher level and they won't aggro anymore. Or just not do this at all. Cactus, you don't remember this place at all? It's... You run straight through it at the beginning of Chapter 5, and there's no reason you have to come back to the Gnome Wetlands, so... There's I guess 2 unique monsters around here. 3. But other than that, just this one quest, and then whatever you decide to explore. So I guess you're meant to think you have to fight these Garapas or something. But yeah, the quest item is just there. You don't get it. Take a quick detour up this way. We can get some more ether.
We should harvest this ether.
And if we go up these vines, we can get to a higher level that has a container with an important accessory. That's pretty exciting. We will be attacked by these ant cells, but we can just turn around, run back to the vines, start climbing, instantly lose aggro, and then run back. Is this the place you go to the big sword on the way to? I don't know how to parse that. It's the place you run through to get to the big sword. Yes. So the big sword is right over there. It's poking through the ceiling of this place. Anyway, what we just got is a fraternal badge, which is an upgraded version of a friendship badge. It gives us 45% more recharge speed when non-defenders are targeted. So 45% risky recharge, as it's officially called. And we can combine that with the Protector's Pride skill that we've gotten from the Guardian Commander class, which most of our characters have at rank 10. So 40% risky recharge, and then plus 45 from that fraternal badge.
It's vital to keep a record of events.
Is this like a rare thing? We'll be fine. Just don't be a clone.
We'll do a little bit of fighting, but not against Garapas. We'll clear out this Ether Sphere and harvest that for Eno. You remember turning Mio into a fake tank as a martial artist and had everyone with risky recharge? That is a way to do it. If you can stack, like if you can keep up evasion on an attacker who can hold aggro, then yeah, there's no particular reason you need a defender, and you can give everyone massive risky recharge bonuses. Back to Kabata. Turns out this is kind of a trial for us. The Lost Nimers really wanted to see what we could do. I don't think we gave them much of a show, but there you have it. So, new mission. We will hop on over to Everblight Plain and do a tiny bit more exploration there. If you remember at the very beginning of the game, there were areas that had enemies in the 40s, like level 40 plus, that we didn't dare go past. We technically could have. Not in Chapter 1, it won't let you run that way, but you know, back in Chapter 3, once we had access to Colony 9 again, we could have gone back and just avoided the enemies and explored a little bit more. We'll do a bit of that now. And because War Medic has been ascended, Lance can actually earn SP in this and rank up further, so we'll send him back to that class. It's been a long time since he's done it, so we'll change up his set a little bit. It's not as though this class would be good with those physical arts we given lands, but they're kind of better than the alternatives. So that's what we're going for. A natural selection helps with survivability. Take a plate belt on him. Mew is all set up, and Noah has everything, but he needs the Gust bracelet back. Yeah, actually, he's going to take the Gust bracelet from Senna. Yeah, that'll be fine. And Senna grabs a Fraternal badge. So she gets that risky recharge boost. It's not going to be very effective right now because we have too many defenders who are going to prevent that from working. But it may be helpful at times. Alright, so Lost Vanguard, Lapidarist, Lost Vanguard, Zephyr, War Medic, and Cursor. And we've got Masha in the party still. Good to go. Doesn't the AI not use certain fields if there is no defender? That is true. So sometimes, because of that, it is better to have at least one defender in the party, even if they're not at all set up to actually hold aggro. There's one class that's particularly good at that, which we will encounter later. Just taking a look at the party, Uni's very close to rank 10. She should finish that in this area. Because there's another ether sphere over that way. We're going to go east first, though. And explore over here. I do think it is a problem with the game that you get sort of, in some sense, punished for really trying to explore and actually fight things along the way. Because there's some like cool creatures here, and I think it'd be great if there were always a good reason to go seek out these elite monsters and experience battles with all kinds of creatures and get something good out of that. But technically you do, but then you get over-leveled and you stop progressing in you stop unlocking classes on people, and it's just messy. And then all the story fights become too easy because you're over-leveled. It's just kind of a shame. So it means that the exploration of this game is not as nearly as fun as it could be, just because you end up either way over-leveled to the point where none of the creatures will even attack you and it's not worth fighting them, or you're under-leveled and you have to stealth everywhere. I don't actually want to go this way. It's the other ledge over there with the container.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
So that's kind of why I said earlier in the stream, I think it would have been better if they built it so the experience came from the main quests and the bonus experience came from fighting. Because then you could just run around and kill all kinds of creatures and not worry about it. And you should be able to level down. It's so dumb that you can't do that till post-game. But I think both changes should be made.
Something so valuable here.
Hello, Kavesi friends. We did not win the jackpot. Sometimes this supply drop comes down with no creatures defending it, but not today.
Here we go, guys.
I'll follow your lead.
One thing I actually experimented with before I decided to do the run the way I'm doing it is I made a mod that cuts the amount of experience you earn and end up being like 30% of what you would earn in the base game. It would curve down so you got full credit for the first few fights so you weren't super under-leveled in Chapter 1. That would be annoying. But end up cutting to about 30% of the normal experience rewards. There's rank 10 in Lost Vanguard for Uni. And that, I think, actually worked pretty well to let you go and fight all the elite monsters and stuff that you encounter on the overworld and stay roughly on level. Not perfect, but it was a way to do it. But I didn't think that would make for very... Well, for one thing, it's not representative of how the actual game works. Obviously, it's a mod. And it kind of means that the way I was doing it, you were getting the same CP reward. So like everyone was maxing out every class relatively early on, which I thought was a little bit silly. And flattened the differences between characters even more so than they already are. I can go up this way and take a left to get to some more stuff over here that's still ostensibly within our level.
Better not spill any of this.
We're almost back to max ether already. And up this way, there's a container, which can't be reached from below, but we can climb up the wreckage here. Or rather, I think the easier way is up this side. Yeah, we can climb up these rocks, jump across this little gap, and make our way over there. This container has another useful accessory. It's a rare berserk ring, which is the best kind of launch duration boost. So, I'd mentioned previously, but smash damage multiplier is in part determined, like it's proportional to the amount of time remaining in the launch. The duration of a launch is combined with the remaining duration on the topple. So if you extend topple duration or launch duration, you can increase the amount of time remaining on the launch status when you smash the enemy. And so you can get a bigger smash multiplier from that. So this is actually a valuable damage boosting item for a character who's setting up launches for your smasher. And we are about to dramatically improve our smasher just by taking Uni out of Lost Vanguard and putting her in an attacker class, a Kavesi one that can use Mighty Beat as a master art. The only Kavesi class she has available is Yumsmith, at least that she hasn't already maxed out, which is by far the worst of them in terms of damage output, but this still is going to be a lot stronger than what she was doing before. So we'll just slot in Mighty Beat over Violent Flurry, and we've already done all the other work, so she's all set with her Silver Belt and Looney Rings. Separately from that, we are going to make Ion go back to Incursor. White Belt and Memory Locket are good. He should finish that in this next fight. Lance will take up Lone Exile again. And because I like having story-appropriate heroes, we'll stick Izzard in the party. For the next thing. I guess technically you could say that the quest we're about to do is an Ashira quest, but the one after that is for Colony Lambda, so I do want to have two healers. Yumsmith and Cursor, Lone Exile. Okay. Next quest is Rules of the Hunt. We'll make contact with Easel's squad. One of the three squads. Well. Yeah. Is Easel like the lieutenant? I forget. One of the three squads from Colony 11, Ashira's colony. She wants to track some herbivore, or an herbivore, down to where and basically we're following a game trail to try to catch a some kind of predator that's been preying on the Armus or something like that. So We have to follow this all the way down. Because it's a side quest and not a... It's a blue quest, not a yellow quest. We can't just go where we... To the destination, we actually have to follow the tracks. And that is a solid, like, 2 minutes of running if you don't have super speed, sadly.
Dawn, let's proceed cautiously.
Is that unique dialogue for Izzard, or is that just standard for... Did I highlight a unique... Oh no. I don't know what just happened. Do all heroes have callouts for following tracks in this game? That would be wild. Oh yeah, it's a Kappa that was, you know, being hunted, not an Armin. All right, let's see if we can make this work. Hopefully I don't die before I get to smash. I got determination. I'm in my crit up field. We got a launch coming, hopefully. Yep, from Lance. There we go, smash. Did about 40%. Not bad. We will do better very soon. This is just a taste. You can see the difference between using Mighty Beat alone and using it in the fusion art. It's pretty dramatic. The NTS sword and shield guy, that's Xeon. Yeah, somehow we're hauling that carcass all the way back to Colony 11. Good luck to them. That is not a short trip. Tyon just maxed out in Cursor, so he goes back to Lone Exile. Now his aerial slash is slightly better. Hooray. I'm also going to give him the Berserk Ring that we just recovered from Everblight Plain. So his launch duration is 5% longer. Awesome. And Senna is going to be our real great smasher coming up. She's going to temporarily drop out of Incursor. What I'm trying to do in this chapter with Senna, who has been in Incursor for a lot of it, is finish up Incursor on her and save Full Metal Jaguar and Sword Fighter for the back half of the chapter. Those are two Kavesi classes she hasn't trained in much, and she can bring over... We can buy up to rank 10 in Lost Vanguard, and then she can bring Mighty Beat into those classes and become legitimately the strongest character we've had so far. But for right now, we're going to leave the job up to Uni to smash, mostly because I think it's annoying to swap back and forth as we're going to send Senna back to Incursor temporarily to finish it in a few fights, and I don't want to like reconfigure Uni to be our smasher again, so we'll just wait. We'll put Senna in Full Metal Jaguar now, though, and I'm going to stick Tri-Slash on her set. Everything else we've already set up on her. I can put a Gust Bracelet here so she gets a fast break. That's about it. that'll be fine.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
Okay. So next quest is securing supplies. That's the one for Colony Lambda. We'll approach that from the west. We could come from the east, I suppose. But we'll go up this way and explore the Kilpa Scree.
We can't leave it like this.
This is the southeastern part of Fornus that, similar to Everblight Plain, had a bunch of enemies in the high 40s or mid 40s in levels, rather.
We could do worse than
That
battle down.
we couldn't go down before. We were blocked from running this way in chapter. Well, eventually we would have been blocked running this way in chapter 4. Or rather, in chapter 3. But we have opened the gate on the far side of the Urian Trail, so we could now run this way all the way across into Entelas, and then from there into the Cavis Castle region if we wanted to. Oh, one thing I forgot to do is point out that this is one of the camps. Sealess Terrace is one of the camps that didn't have a trader pawn before, but now it does. This is one that sells ether. We don't need that, but we do get 10 affinity points for talking to him. We'll ignore that skirmish, and we will try to sneak around those elite Ferrises, or not. We just want to reach the container up behind them.
It'd be rude not to.
Topographical info updated.
I'll just soak all this up.
I was about to say, Arhead, like, why buy ether when you get, and the game practically gives it to you for free? Down this way, Orochi's Crag, we can meet the Fornus' population of Gogols. I do not want to fight them, so I'm going to try to sneak around. There's one elite Gogol here on the right, who we need to look away because he's watching that ledge on the right. And then once we drop down from this ledge, over that way, there's another elite Gogol who spawns in, just did. So before approaching him, I want to set up this ladder, and that way I can use the ladder to drop aggro when he sees me, because I'll want to send off those husks as well. This lowers a shortcut back to Isni Ledge, the place we climbed up a while ago. It had all the urchins on it. No real reason to go this way, though, so yet another classic useless shortcut. I appreciate having in-universe paths to places that make sense, but they are not useful. Io really rocks the Lapidarist outfit, too. Looks great on her. I'm not a huge fan of Lost Vanguard Noah, though.
We've been spotted.
I'll deal with you all at once.
It is a funny outfit on all the men, but I would not say a very good one. I'll head up this way. There's another unique monster here. Level 68 Joyful Nimrug. We will not engage with Nimrug, but we will send off this husk. And then another husk over by the rock down there. We might as well try to pick up this fruit that the Gogol just threw. There's a set of Collectopedia cards in this game that require you to get the unique Gogol items that only drop from those events where they like munch on some fruit and then throw it. And the Gogols in each region have different sets of items that they drop, and you need, I believe, all of them for the different Collectopedia requests. I've discussed this on this stream before, but yes, there were multiple cases of glitches or mistakes in the drop tables that prevented you from finishing all the Collectopedia cards in this game until those were patched. Cactus, you love the Lost Vanguard outfit on men. I just think the shading is wrong. I mean, even just like them having man boobs is one thing, but like, okay, viewed from this way with the shading on the shirt, Noah has breasts, right? Like, that's just visible. But you look from the side, and he really doesn't. So it's just like, it's actually just a dark gray splotch on the shirt, and that looks so stupid to me. It's dumb. We'll cut back across to the southwest and send off one more husk, and then we're going to go east across the rest of the area, and then finally we'll handle the actual quest here.
Oh, look at that.
There's an origin shard there because it's meant to be defended by the unique bonnet over here, but you can just, you know, go around. That bonnet is important because it drops legendary fraternal badges, which are important for hitting certain recharge rate thresholds, but we do not want to fight him yet. Xenoblade character and costume design sure is its own thing. I am very glad that there is an outfit system in this game. I feel like that was sorely missed from Xenoblade 2, and then when they did kind of shoehorn in a mechanism for that, it was kind of poorly thought out. It's fun playing dress up. I just don't think all the outfits are winners.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
At the supply drop, we're going to get ambushed by not only some Agnian soldiers, but also a trio of Ancels. Surprise. So we have to defeat both groups at once. You know, 7 enemies, I think you know what this calls for. Definitely aren't all winners. I will say, I think a lot of the outfits in Xenoblade 1 look terrible. Just awful. What's everyone's favorite? Oh, Z Mistake, you like Seraph. I like Seraph too, I think it's cool. I like Flash Fencer's Duster. I enjoy... I think the... I think the Incursor outfit looks really spiffy. Lapidarist looks good on some characters. Lone Exile is probably the best of the armored Kavesi style. More so than, say, Heavy Guard or Guardian Commander. Oh. Full Metal Jaguar is legendary.
Who doesn't like being liked?
Just incredible drip on FMJ. Oh, and we did unlock Lapidarist on Noah, so that was the last person to get it. No harm, no foul, even though we missed out on that one fight with Masha. Didn't need it. Okay, so a little errand we need to do, in order to hit an XP benchmark. What we're trying to do is get to exactly level 43. We've got not quite 300 experience to go. I'll cover some of that by killing Raucous Ron twice. For those of you who watched the previous streams, we've been killing Raucous Ron a couple times every once in a while, because we need to eventually kill him up to 15 times total, and so we're making progress towards that objective. But that will not be exactly the right amount of experience, so we'll change up the party and go hunt some extra creatures. That will include
Leave the healing to me.
sending Mio to War Medic. And yeah, that's fine. Uni will do a stint in Strategos.
I'll heal you right up.
Tyon stays in Lone Exile. We'll send Lance back to War Medic. Then I can stay in FMJ. And right now, we have 0 people who can topple. No, that's a lie. We have 1 person who can topple. Because Uni doesn't have Shield Bash, she just has Soaring Tempest. And our Kavesi classes can't inherit Shield Bash. So I'm going to put Xeon in the party as well.
At your service.
For Strategos for Uni, I think we're okay in terms of accessories. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Cool. So, got a specific list of enemies to hunt this time. I'm going to go down to Elsie's Spout first. Morg's outfit in Xenoblade 2 is fantastic. That is very true. She has the best outfit in that game. I want to kill a level 18 and a level 19 for Rafa. So we'll do one of those right now, I suppose. That was the 19.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Now for the 18. 19, 19, 18. There we go.
Let's get it done snappy. That's right. Let's make it. Did you see me in action, Mimi?
Sure I did, Senna. You look
And at Conqueror's Peak, or Sophronia Tree,
great.
we went 2 level 21 Kramits and 2 level 23 Upas.
It just popped out of the ground and then dropped something.
23 Upa, a 23 Upa. I'll fight both of those.
I'm the girl with the gall.
This way.
1 level 21, and we'll need a second level 21 Kramit.
Aw, and we were just getting started.
The outcome is patently clear.
I can handle that by myself.
Demon Slayer!
That was
Okay.
And I was the MVP.
And finally, an Urchin. Level 23.
You're all thinking it.
Am I keeping the launch art unpaired so the AI doesn't waste it? Yes.
I can't even call this practice.
I can handle that by myself.
I'll keep on pelting them.
That was whatever happened to not being kicked.
And if that went correctly, we should have 10,344 experience. Good. Now we hunt Rockasron a few times with some different classes. So Medic Gunner on Noah, almost to rank 10. Lone Exile for Neo. Yumsmith for Uni for smash purposes. We'll go Sword Fighter on Lance. He should finish that with these fights. And then everything else is good here. So we'll do the one healer gambit. Should be fine. Because we do need a toppler still. And now we have an entire party full of Kvesis, so there's no one else who can topple at all besides Xeon. That's all set. I think we're happy with everyone's loadout right now. So, yeah, let's go do it.
Come on, who else? Just part of the protocol, innit?
Noah's wearing Troubadour, Tyon wearing Lost Vanguard, Lance is wearing Life Sage, Senna's wearing Sword Fighter. The only one of those I would call a classic look is Sword Fighter. Yeah, I agree.
Alright, you lot, give me your war faces.
Basically everyone looks good in the Sword Fighter jacket. So we get to see one of the problems with Smash is that it draws a ton of aggro and our attackers tend to die once they have aggro. I've got a pair of evasion arts on Uni in the hopes of not dying. Also drew aggro from another creature. I don't want to kill it, so please don't die, please don't die. Skeeters can kill themselves with Last Fencer, so I don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Noah looks good in Heavy Gunner. He does. Better than Lance, I think, which is fun. Or Heavy Gunner, Heavy Guard, you mean, right? Anyway, I was saying, so with an attacker, like you draw aggro, you basically only have evasion arts to help save you. That was nice. I think that was a crit. And those are not super dependable at this level. They will be super dependable later, but not with the skills and ranks we have right now. So we're hoping that either we dodge enough or our teammates do a good enough job combo locking the enemy, which they're doing okay effort with, that we just don't die, and we succeeded. Beautiful. That's rank 10 for Sword Fighter on Lance, and also the party's exactly level 43. This is just in time. So, now for a hero quest. We are still not at rank 10 in Medic Gunner on Noah, not quite. But he's going back to Lost Vanguard. Mia will take up Lapidarist again, and we'll go for Lone Exile on Lance and Incursor on Senna. So now we'll have extra topple sources between Shield Bash on Senna and Shield Bash on Noah, which is good because we won't be able to use Xeon for the hero quest. Noah's all kitted out. That looks good. We got Mio, which he wants. For Tyon, instead of the Analyzer Scope, because I'm going to have... well, instead of the Memory Locket, I'm going to have him carry the Analyzer Scope, because I will give the Memory Locket to Senna. So we'll... The next hero is a healer, so we will have 3 people who can revive still. Ring, laser scope. I think that's what we want right now. Yeah, Lost Vanguard, Lapidarist, Yumsmith, Lone Exile, and Cursor. Cool. Oh, also, I might as well do it now. I will take... yeah, I'll go ahead, because we're going to get a bunch of silver Nopon coins in the next colony. I'll go ahead and spend the ones I have on rank 10 and Lost Vanguard for Senna. Off to the Erythia Sea again. Cactus Pair, you did a meme build with variable turret crit recharge. That's a fun thing to do. Like you described, it's definitely not like the best thing, but it's a very, very reliable way to have a defender with a ton of survivability. Aiming at this beach here to the northeast, there's another question mark on it. The northernmost that we can see in the sea. And if we disembark and go to that question mark, since we are exactly level 43, we should get our next hero at level 43.
Wait up. I heard something. What is it, Mimi?
Ah. Banana Sea person on ground!
Stay with me. We'll patch you right up.
I have to help everyone. Ugh.
Stop moving.
You don't understand. I promised them. Said I'd keep them safe. If I'm the only one that survives, then it's all been for nothing. I have to go.
Oi, don't be a clod.
Huh? I'm not?
Oh, what? You're really serious then? How are you gonna save anyone when you can barely stand yourself? You got a death wish.
You don't really get the summer camp vibe in this scene in general, but especially not when it's nighttime.
Let's break it down.
Pretty though.
As I see it, you have two options here. You can go in and try to save them by yourself.
Or you can let us pitch in. Which one of those strikes you as the better idea, eh?
You want to help me?
I don't know. That depends. I wouldn't be in such a hurry to throw my life away. Being ready to die and actively trying to get yourself killed are two very different things.
It's just a quick patch-up, but it should help you think straight. Sorry about Lance and his threatening display of idiocy.
What's threatening?
You missed the point.
I did not miss the... Oh.
Look, you can relax. We're all friends here. Would you mind telling us what's going on?
Yeah, okay. There was a Kavesi raid. There was no time. I had to cause a diversion, so I leapt in without a second thought. After that, it's all a blur.
That was pretty reckless of you.
Remind Riku of someone Riku know?
Oh?
Whatever the case may be, we had best hurry. Judging by the situation, your allies were likely forced apart and are now fighting alone.
It really sounds like it would help to have some numbers on your side, no?
For now, let's take the best course of action we can. We can hash out the details later.
The best course? My name is Fiona. I am the commander of Colony Mu. I know this might be a lot to ask, seeing as we've just met. But please, lend me your strength. I need to save my people.
Fiona has temporarily joined the party. Z-Mistake said, time for oops all buffs, and that does just about sum it up. Fiona's class is Signifer, and what that class does is best explained by its arts. She has the correct default arts for once. Top art here, Resonant Flag, grants own buffs to all allies. So any buffs that she currently has will be shared with allies. It'll copy the current duration and power of that buff. So it doesn't like extend buffs that she has, but it will spread them across the party. Max Effort applies one random buff to self. Pretty fast recharge. Not every buff in the game can be pulled randomly by this art. There are some especially powerful ones like Awakening that are not available, but most of the buffs in the game can be pulled randomly, which is kind of bad because that means there's a good chance you get a buff that isn't very useful, but you can stack so many buffs that hardly matters. You're going to get something that's good. And the standard healer field art in this case is a regenerate field. I believe it's the same power as the Strategos one, so it's like about, I saw the math on this recently, it's about like 2/3 or 3/4 as efficient as in terms of healing as the talent art regenerate field from the medic gunner class, but you get it every 3 auto attacks, so that's pretty cool. And if you spam this and the fields dissipate, then you apply regenerate as a buff to teammates as well, so you can actually get more than one buff from these 2 arts pretty quickly. The other 2 art options available are attacking arts, boost damage dealt for each active buff. These are really bad because Signifer's attack stat is terrible and its bulk is terrible. But you can do something like this as a gimmick. It's so much worse than focusing on the party support stuff. The talent art, Cry of Faith, applies 2 random buffs to all allies. Has a kind of long recharge gauge for a talent art, 6 points. On hard mode, because you get 75% credit, that means it takes 8 major roll actions to get this. But you get major roll actions for using your fields, and you get minor ones for creating buffs. So Signifer can set that up, charge that up, faster than you might think. Little horns are cute. Yes, they are. For class skills, you've got every time you use an art, you restore nearby allies' HP equal to half your healing stat. And because the cooldowns on all your arts are really, well, most of your arts are really quick, this comes up a lot. I've got your back. Extends duration of buff effects issued by self by 40%. This means that you've got an inbuilt skill to do this. You don't need to have both the Strategos Strengthening Gambit skill that increases buff duration and the gem Refined Blessing that increases buff duration. Fiona happens to have the gem, so actually when she gets to rank 20 and gets the max value of this skill, and when you have rank 10 Refined Blessing, well, she'll get to rank 10 automatically at a certain level. Anyway, eventually, when she's ascended and at a high level, she will have plus 100% buff duration, which is important for her because with the Ouroboros characters, if you use an art infusion, like max effort or the equivalent on Ouroboros characters, if you use a buff art as part of a fusion art, it gets double duration, and that maxes out the duration anyway without even having any of these modifiers. But this means Fiona will get close to max duration on all her buffs too, despite not having that bonus. And then eventually actually max duration. 2 times duration is the cap. Next skill, Brightest Star. Boost damage dealt by 40% when HP is at 90% or higher. Not good, because the attack values on this class are bad, but it's a thing. And then We Can Do Better. Restores 4% of HP when a buff is applied. We saw an accessory to do 2.5%. This is a better effect that you get as a class skill. It's still not huge, but it does help keep your Signifer in good shape. Signifers have low HP, low physical defense. They will get messed up if they ever draw aggro, and they do tend to draw aggro because they perform heals constantly, and that tends to be a decent aggro source. It's not going to outcompete your attackers, but if they die, there's a decent chance your signifers might get targeted too, unless you've got some sturdy defenders who are holding out for you. So basically, with signifer, you don't want them to die, and they are very vulnerable, and they're not that good at healing output overall when you're not controlling them, because they don't have any kind of direct healing art. There's no like straight up healing, and there's no heals allies when the art hits. It's all just this restore allies HP at art execution. So you can be an efficient healer if you are the human player controlling your signifer and spamming arts, but since the AI doesn't cancel arts into arts, it's not as effective at that. And that means generally you're going to have to rely on a different healer in the party to be covering your actual healing needs, if you're not controlling the signifer yourself. But I think that about covers it. There'll be more to say about this once we have once we've unlocked the class on our main party characters. But that's more to do with what kinds of master arts you can use with it. So we'll discuss that then. Is signifer the only source of decoy in the main game? I think so, or at least like the Oriole and Cry of Faith are, or Max Effort. I don't think there's another thing that gives you random buffs in the main game, and there's no dedicated decoy buff art. What decoy does is it guarantees that you evade the next, I forget if it's 1 or 2 enemy attacks. It might just be 1.
Please, there's no time to spare. Let's hurry.
I like how I have to walk for that just to hear the dialogue. It tells me I shouldn't walk.
Summer. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have been alone.
Let's send
Love the
her on.
music character saying Oreo
Her
instead of
voice deserves to
Oriole.
be heard.
All right.
I don't think Senna has that problem. She talks correctly.
Is that what I think
Only I
it
was
is?
stronger.
Just stay focused. It's not over yet.
Sean. You kept everyone safe. It must have hurt so
Poor Sean.
much.
Fiona, leave the rest to us.
Yes. Thank you.
I know it's grim, but it needs doing.
Check out the Faranis in the background. Cool.
Hey,
The Faranis is Mega
You all right?
Alakazam. Yeah.
Crying isn't going to change anything. Noah, Mio,
Would you mind taking care of everyone?
Such is the officer's duty.
I'm gonna disrespect Frost a little. Bye.
This has got to be worth a bunch. These are lying around everywhere.
I know a person in real life whose nickname is Frost. But that's fun.
Ow! Push this thing here and...
Down to the beach. We can get some more ether. Kind of uselessly. Oh. Murfrey is attacking me. No, he's not.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
An elite Pagul is attacking me. No, he's not. There we
Better
go.
not spill any of this.
Good thing we found this.
Imagine someone skipping the cutscene of your funeral. Well, I won't care. I'll be dead. Before we go to the objective, I'm going to set up another shortcut.
Fiona.
One that is kind of sort of a little bit useful if you squint. So that's progress. Not right now, but later.
Looks like a pretty rare specimen.
The fish are so cool. They are. I like the Gyarks, whatever. I like the Shooks, like the orca-like things that you can see at night. Very, very cool. I was kind of hoping we'd see the Aurora. Oh, we do. Nice. Speak of the devil. We just got, that was like the, whoa, look at the skyline, was that?
I should write this all down.
Very pretty.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
Love me a good skybox. Aurora Borealis, yeah.
Well, this was entertaining. Quite a contest.
Does the Aurora show up in the cutscene? I think it should.
And it ended with your loss. Irma! What took you? Sorry.
Yep.
How's everyone? Fiona! Oh, Fifi, I was so worried about you. We're surrounded. And pretty badly depleted.
Men, aim for that banner. It's their commander, Fiona.
Dream on, mother!
We should go. All of us. Yes. We didn't ask for these outsiders. This is still our fight.
But the wounded... Ah, it's nothing. We're good.
Yeah, we're fine. Still fighting fit. Relax, Fifi. You worry far too much. In Colony Mu, we fight as one. Right, folks?
You guys... Trust your crew.
Trust yourself. Trust in victory.
Is this an all-girls colony? No.
We'll make it.
But it is a mostly girls colony. And I do mean girls, not women. Classic multi-enemy fight gameplay right there.
Sparks! Too strong!
Luckily, once we get
Retreat!
even better classes to use Smash with that will become faster than using Union Tions or spam. There are definitely no women in this colony feels as young as Colony Zero, which is not a compliment. There is one.
Come on now, of course we did.
I mean, aside from Irma,
Promise, right? Come what
there's,
may, we'll
I
always
think,
be together.
one girl in the colony who looks like she's maybe like 14 or 15, and everyone else is like 11.
Thank you so much for saving our lives.
Whoa, all right, steady on. We're not deaf.
You were just gonna walk away. I couldn't let you go without a proper thank you. Even if you're Ouroboros, the betrayers.
Hang on.
No. No need to explain. You're our saviors.
That's right. You even healed our wounded.
Yeah, you don't look like baddies to me.
Zed puts all children in one colony on a stranded island. What was the plan? Lord of the Flies.
When we were fighting side by side, you guys all trust one another.
Obviously.
That's why.
You've made up your mind, have you, Fiona?
I guess if I was a sadistic god being,
that's why
might as well reenact it.
Trusting too. I want to destroy our flame clock. Would you mind doing us this one last favor?
It's hardly a problem for us, but why the sudden request?
We heard about a liberated colony from Nopon travelers. That's what got me thinking. There should be more to life than spending it fighting all the time.
So true,
Being
girly.
ready to die and actively trying to get yourself killed are two very different things.
Sounds to me like you've been mulling it over.
This has to change. I want to change myself. And I want to change the way things are.
Good on you.
Looks like you got it figured out.
You'll trust me.
That's the same look you gave us when we first met. You'll do anything to protect your friends, won't you?
All right then. Let's make tracks for Colony Mu.
That is, if she didn't still seem to be having second thoughts. Care to tell us why?
Oh, you noticed? Well, that makes things easier. There are two major stumbling blocks. The first is that you'll have to somehow outwit the consul. And second, that only that consul knows the location of the flame clock under discussion.
Huh? How can you not know? The one you see right now? That's just a fake.
Fake? How's that then?
Oh, but the consul isn't here right now. This might be the right time to act.
Fiona, this isn't the place to be having this conversation.
Ah, right. Sorry.
In any case, let's talk details at the colony. Our people are on their last legs. We'll need time to get back to strength.
Please, take this.
We get a
You were
free
able to send everyone on their way.
common variety
Really helped
circlet of
me be
wisdom.
a little more positive.
I don't know why
Thank
they
you so
made it
much.
common, but they did. So
Sorry about
hooray.
all the urgent requests.
We just bought 3 of
We'll
them
be
earlier.
waiting for you at Colony Mu. Don't keep us waiting
Or I
too
guess we
long.
bought 2.
Always nice to see a new face.
We've never been here before.
Hello, Colony Mew.
Always nice to see a new face. Wah! Such flower power! Manana flubbered!
Still odd that Lance gets 2 healing classes and another that can also be a healer.
Everyone, we've been waiting for you.
This is awesome. Did you guys make this?
I suppose we did. Whenever we say farewell to a friend, we plant flower seeds.
Yeah, he and Mio
They kept
just
growing
gets
over time, and before we knew it, we had this.
healer class duty for basically the whole
It's
game.
beautiful, but do think of all the departed. Standing still spells death. If we can't achieve victory, there will be no tomorrow. But still, we didn't want to forget that they were all here once.
So that's why you're getting all teary-eyed.
Does Uni ever get a support class after her default? No, the closest she comes is getting A aptitude in
It
Strategos.
doesn't take much to get Commander Boohoo here going.
Z-Mistake is right. He gets 2 defenders consecutively and Full Metal
Looks like
Jaguar.
you're taking a lot on your shoulders. Doesn't it weigh you down?
A little.
Well, I guess not quite consecutively the way we did it.
Such a weakling.
You can put the burden down whenever you want, you know.
But if you went through the world in the most natural way, yeah, I would say you get
I wouldn't think anyone
Ashira and then
neither would
Monica.
anyone else here.
I love you for saying that, Irma. Just like I love everyone here. And Colony Mu, where I met you all. And ever since I realized that, tomorrow stopped looking so dark. And that's exactly why I can't run away from my responsibility.
I get it. Whatever happens, I trust in you.
And I trust you too.
Fiona, Irma. All the squad leaders have assembled. We can start the meeting at your convenience.
Understood. I'll be right there.
Oh, but before that, Fifi. Tickle ambush! Coochie coochie coo!
Stop it!
Loosen up, Fifi. Get it all out of you.
Yep, now she's back to herself.
We're waiting in the square.
Why? I'll get you back, you'll see. Run away!
That would have been kind of hard to animate, to be fair.
It's hard to imagine that the console will make it easy for us with the flame clock. Someone will surely pay for this with their life. Again. Please, do whatever you can to make sure it's not Fiona.
Oh, that's kind of ominous.
Huh. Would you believe it? Always nice to see a new face. It'd be rude not to.
Bunch of coinage tucked in here, and then in the corner this way we've got an origin shard. And after that, we can go back to the front of the colony. There's a shop here. It has the exact same inventory as the caravan we on Corn Island, so nothing new to grab. And in the shed, we can get another container. This one's unusual in that it has both silver Nopon coins and an accessory in it. The accessory is a rare silver belt, so marginal improvement on the not rare ones. Right.
Are we seriously gonna do it now?
Here's Tallow. He's a boy.
Who's loitering again?
God, he's huge.
There's one other male character in this colony that I can remember.
We're great. Right, Tallow? Right, Chief. No whinging here.
Say again?
Nothing to say, really.
Huh. I'll take your word for it.
Time is of the essence. Sorry to rush, but can we get straight to the point?
What should we talk about first?
You don't have to talk about any of this stuff, but I guess I will.
You said the colony's flame clock was a fake. What did you mean by that?
Wow, pretty blunt, huh?
Yeah, Ayase is
Really know any more beyond the fact that it's a
the
fake.
oldest, I believe.
Since we never use it anyway, yeah?
When it's close to running dry, we get orders from the consul to go out and fight.
Well, what is it for then?
Do you think maybe there's some weird advantage to it? Like, maybe the colony's rank is really high, but it makes it look lower to get enemies to underestimate us.
Or the exact opposite. Actually, we're bottom tier, but it looks a lot higher to intimidate people.
Oh yeah, it could be that.
Well, your actual strength doesn't change, so it'd be pretty obvious once you get down to it.
And also, supplies from the castle are allocated based on rank. Could we see your supplies? That would give us a good idea of where you fall, rank-wise.
Nico's on warehouse detail. And I'm Nico. I'll get things ready for your inspection.
You said nobody knows where your real flame clock is except the consul. How are we supposed to find it then?
I don't suppose we could just ask the consul? Oh, come on! Why the huge sigh? I was just asking. Someone had to ask.
Well, it has to be somewhere, or the status quo wouldn't be maintained. If you fight, the flame clock must fill up. Suppose you were to harvest a large pool of life in a short time.
Oh, it would flow into the real clock.
I'd like to investigate any large-scale combat engagements you may have experienced. If we're lucky, someone may have witnessed some signs of the flame clock's operation.
Could we take a look into your past battle records? Of course. I'll have them delivered to you.
If the current flame clock is fake, what happens when your rank goes up?
As far as I know, I don't think that's ever happened.
Wait, you're joking. You've always been on the same level.
Nico, that's me. Heard something from the consul one time. She said to tough it out and do exactly as instructed, and everything would be all right.
Oh? I was told something else. People only see what they want to see, I think it was.
Our head really hates Nico.
Meaning, nobody actually wants to see how much is left on their clock, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if you knew, you'd just stress out over it constantly.
A little more stressing wouldn't go amiss in your case, Tallow, you turkin head.
What? Why'd you gotta call me names?
Just 'cause.
Wow.
Well, we don't know exactly what the consul intended. But she must have had something in mind to go to these lengths rigging the contraption. You said the consul was away. Do you know how long for?
Tell you bluntly, we don't know either.
She's always disappearing, going off on one special mission or another.
In that case, she could be back at any time.
I'm sorry that the answer isn't very useful.
This all sounds like kind of a big deal. It doesn't bother you?
It's nothing special. We don't normally talk much about it.
She just sends us down broad stroke orders, like, go defeat those guys. Send a team to this location.
Yeah. The only time she spoke normally was that one time, wasn't it? You know, the time when Fiona became commander.
Yuck. Do we have to talk about that?
About what?
When the previous commander died, Fiona clung to the consul's knees. Started saying that the way we fought was making everyone miserable.
Yeah, it turned into a whole, like, debate. Until the consul was like, fine then, you try and change it. And made Fiona the commander.
What? Just like that?
I know, it was a twisted kind of punishment. But now I've got everyone else tangled up in this mess.
Whatever. We know you just want the best for us, Fifi.
That's why you get yourself in such a tizzy.
And that's why we want to support you in turn. You're good, Fiona. Better than you know.
Thanks, guys.
Punishing someone with a promotion? That's so bizarre.
So, this whole clock-breaking thing's kind of a sudden development, yeah? I wanted to ask how you lot feel about all this. We know how Fiona feels, but are you all okay with what we're about to do?
Honestly, I just want Fiona to be able to relax, like not have to carry all this responsibility.
That's so kind of you.
Even if we do this, people will still die.
Yeah, but if they do, it will be because of their own failure. That's not the same. She carries the banner for us, and it's because of us that it's so heavy.
But that weight's also the momentum that keeps her moving forward. I don't want us doing anything that could sully the purity of Fiona's conscience.
All right, all right. Let's all take some deep breaths.
We're all friends here. Keep it civil.
I'm happy that you're so concerned for me. Thank you.
Well, I reckon things will work out one way or another. I mean, come on. You've got us on your side.
Yeah, you tell him, Lance.
No one wants to lose their mates. Just don't lose track of what matters, yeah?
Alright, that's all the questions.
I think we've more or less heard all we need.
I'm not sure we
Yeah,
actually
I think
got
so
a lot
too.
of info to work on.
It's time to get to work. Let's check out the loose threads
But
we've uncovered.
we'll see where this takes
We
us.
should investigate the supplies in the warehouse and the colony's battle record data. Is that right?
I'll make sure everyone gives you their full cooperation.
We'll also try looking around for anything we might have missed.
If anything turns up, we'll be in touch.
Always nice to see a new face.
Alright. A few more things to pick up around the colony. There's another container here. More coins.
These are lying around everywhere.
Can open the back gate.
Huh. Would you believe it?
That's where our ship is now. And here's the barracks. We have to speak to Nico and then for Shu to get the info fragments we need. Nothing of interest there, but the console manages the warehouse, which is interesting. But the promotion data has nothing of interest. And then the battle records.
This is some story.
Now with the canteen, I'm going to buy the food here, which is some of the best food in terms of improving the items you can pick up, including any accessories that are randomly dropped by enemies. Collectible boost will give us a 40% chance to get an extra item every time we pick up something.
Is everyone finished?
So that's very good, actually.
If it's food related, I'm there.
And technically, if we wanted to optimize what we got from the fabricators, I believe that that kind of meal would be the best thing to have.
This reminds me.
No large-scale combat engagements. The colony. But no changes in the supply chain. They don't do training or strategy. They're all very young. Consoles away for a long time. Military results don't match what's happening. It just doesn't make sense why everyone at the colony is being kept in the dark. So maybe the console is trying to deceive all the residents of the colony. But for some reason, everyone is super, super passionate about Fiona. The console's betraying Colony Mew. That's Noah's opinion. Okay.
Everyone got their strength back?
Cactus Bear. I adore the models of the food. They're so silly. I think my favorite is the pile of wraps or burritos. That's number one in my book. Fiona left the party temporarily, but she'll rejoin us in a second. Just quick saved before the fight, because we're about to go into battle with boss.
Oh no. What's going on? It's like back at Colony 4.
Another Mobius messing with us. Crap!
Tallow? Hey, what's wrong with you?
Sorry about this, bud.
Tallow!
Don't worry, he'll be all right. But now... Muse Consul. It was you, wasn't it?
Reality, right? It's just so dull. That's why nobody pays it any mind. They'd rather chase pretty dreams. You really should have just stayed dreaming.
Why would you do something like this?
When someone close to you gets hurt, you want to become stronger for them. That desire and sadness, they make for a quality flame.
Is that why you arranged the attack? Conspired with Keves, sacrificed all those lives?
Without some hardship, humans don't come together. It was just the same with you.
Cut the crap! How could you put Fiona through this?
I know perfectly well what I did. But Fiona, she never once gave up. She wouldn't let the dream be all there was. That purity of purpose. It lifted everybody up. The need to support one another. She taught me that as well.
Oh, well, ain't that nice? Learn this! Oh, what are you...
Don't hurt my friend! Even if she's bad, she's still my friend!
Fiona!
Fiona! Lance!
Stand up. You can do better than this.
Irma uses gun.
Please, get up. You'll do your best for the others, won't you? You'll do all that you can, and then some.
Stop it! I'll fight along with you if you want. I'll fight by your side against whatever it is that's making you sad, Irma. So please, stop calling it a dream.
Hey, don't disappoint me like that. You've already made your choice. You chose what you wanted to see, and freely. Just how heavy is that banner? How many lives do you carry? Please, stop. All of their hopes. You did say you'd shoulder them, didn't you? You said you'd never break her.
You said we'd be together forever.
Crying about it won't change the truth. The fact is, your friends are dead, and I'm the one who killed them.
Awesome. Wish that was a mechanic of the game. Let the Volts bite your staff and then slam them down. we got to clear out 3 volts and Mobius Eye. She can actually summon more volts, so what I'm going to try to do right now is clear out 2 of them, but then leave the 3rd one alive for a while, hopefully, until right about when we're ready to do our actual chain attack. Otherwise, we'd risk her resummoning. It may not work out that way, but if we can do that, then it's fun. I'm going to try not to hit both of them. Okay. I'm going to focus attacks on Mobius Eye now. I just want to get the chain attack charged, and then kill the 3rd Wolf, and then go into the chain attack. And if we get into a chain attack at all, we should get the kill basically free. This will be the first time we get to see Smash in a chain attack, I believe. So it should be quite something. Almost there. I'll take it now, even though she's not broken. Technically a risk, but this should work out. Okay, so Fiona is a healer, an Agnian one, and she has one of the most powerful chain orders in the game, which is that when you complete this chain order, not only does she not cost any of your chain gauge because she's a hero, she also refunds some of the chain gauge. So if you choose Fiona in a round after the first one, when you've already consumed some of the meter, then you can charge it back up and get an additional extra round out of the chain attack. So if you're just looking for consistency, I think it is best to go ahead and take Fiona's chain order whenever it comes up, even if it is on the first round. But if you're trying to maximize damage, you want to take it in round 2 or round 3. And that can mean then that you get your regular 3 orders from your Ouroboros characters, plus Fiona's order, plus the extra order she gets you from recharging the chain gauge. That's 5. And then also the Ouroboros order to do a total of 6 rounds in the chain attack. I'm going to hope we get that, because this is going to be one of the only times we use Fiona as a hero for a possible chain attack. So I will choose Senna's order first. Actually, no, I'll choose Lance's order first, because we have defenders with high TP right now. And we will hope that we see Fiona back. The other thing Fiona does is when she's chosen, she multiplies the TP of all active characters except her by 120%. So that would mean, for example, Tyon would go from 45 to 54. And Noah would go to, I think it... Yeah, it should round down. I believe he'd end up with 43. I'm going to start the round with Fiona. She has power charge because that was a buff that she randomly got, and that means that now she can share it indefinitely with the rest of the party because she doesn't have any damaging arts that would consume the power charge buff, so she just keeps it over and over again. Alright, I'm going to try using Tyon first and breaking, hopefully. I did not break, but I can take Noah after this. And guarantee a Bravo result. Look at all those buffs. The thing is, the buffs will expire pretty quickly in the chain attack, and as a lone signifer, you don't really have a way to regenerate that whole pile of buffs again. You just do it one at a time. Alright, we got Fiona back, so we'll take that order now. Let me think. I believe it's best now. I'll go for Uni first. And then share back power charge. I don't think we'll hit 101 on Tyon, so I don't think I'll add in Mio. Well, tempted to give it a shot. Let's see how it goes. No break again. Okay. Stop resisting. Okay, we've used Lance and Fiona, so what we don't want to do is complete an Ouroboros pair right now. So we don't want to pick Senna. We do want to get a chance at getting the Uni Tyon Ouroboros order, so we'll pick Uni now. I will go... So, because the only thing that uses up Fiona's power charge is her chain order, so that's the unfortunate thing here. She's lost that now. She can't share it back across the rest of the party again. I will take a chance, see if I can just draw it randomly. I've got crit rate up. That's fine. Break. Okay. No break again. Wow. I'm gonna be so sad if we don't ever break Mobius Eye and we can't actually do a smash. Alright. I've got 2 more rounds to go now. As long as you have more than 0 of the chain gauge left, you will be allowed to go again. So we're going to use another third of the wheel on this round, but that'll leave us, like, I guess it's, technically it's 3/4 of 1/3, so one quarter of the chain gauge left after this round. Anyway. Again, I don't want Senna, I don't want Tyon because I don't want to complete the Ouroboros pair, so I can pick either Noah or Mio. In this case, I think it makes the most sense to go for Mio, and I can just do Fiona's... do Fiona straight into Tyon. Break, please. Yes! Just having an extra order is really powerful because it means you get the extra damage ratio gain from completing orders as well. So even without getting a smash in, we'd be building up. I'm pretty confident that finishing with the Union Tyon would be sufficient here. But we can do better than that. Take Tyon's order to complete the pair now. And let's see. No, wait. I didn't get Noah back. Or Senna. So... I don't think I do have a way to smash at this point. Because I can't topple in this round, and I'll have to launch next round. Maybe if I don't use Lance now, I can do Lance into Senna? But probably not. Oh well. Guess I should have waited to break outside of the chain attack after all. No, wait, I need topple first, so it'd have to be Yeah, it would have to be Senna into Lance, which I can't do. I'll get too much TP out of that. Very sad. And this might not get a kill now. I don't have... Well, I have some buffs. Not enough, though. I think launching is probably worth it for 25% extra damage on the Ouroboros order. Okay, yeah, we get the kill easily, but no smash. Lame. God, Tyon and Uni are so powerful. If we'd been able to smash on last round, we would have killed instantly.
Sorry. You were my friend. But I couldn't save you. Fiona. You'll always be my Irma.
Oh. Sorry, Fiona.
Would you believe it?
To answer chat, Chris said the health bar is just there as a formality now. That's not totally true. We are going to encounter a select few bosses that will not be killable with one chain attack from close to full HP. But they are few and far between. At least not if we get our hero order on the chain attack.
So this is where the flame clock was. How did we never see it before?
Look, I'm not great with words, but I wanted to say, I'm sure she was a complicated person too.
I'll never forgive what Irma did. I know I can never, ever forgive her. But if I'd never met her, I wouldn't be who I am today. She's taught me a lot as well.
Just promise you won't suffer alone, all right? If things get too much to bear, you can always talk to me.
Tallow.
If you need to grumble or swear or call someone names, I'm your man. I'll get rid of all your worries. You can count on this turkin head, okay?
Same old Tallow.
She woke me up, you know. Irma did. Made me watch you. I couldn't move, but I followed every word you said.
Perhaps she didn't want you to be alone.
But then, why do something like that? I'm supposed to be the turkin head, not Irma.
I want to know about these Mobius people. I have to know what Irma was thinking. Will you let me fight by your side still?
No reason to say no.
You're already our friend, Fifi.
Don't ever forget how you're feeling right now. I think it'll keep you strong.
Yeah. I won't. Not ever.
Here we go!
Flame clock destroy. Nice. Bonk. Quest complete. That's Fiona's recruitment.
I'll do my very best. Oh no.
And the inheritor, as people have been discussing in chat, is Lance. So, talk to Tallow here, since he's convenient. And Ayase. Gugu we've already spoken to. So, new class, and we've just finished a couple classes on other people. We've got rank 10 in Cursor on Senna, and rank 10 in Full Metal Jaguar on Mio. Also, Fiona is out of the party right now. I'll put her back in. So with Mio, we are changing her to FMJ again. On Uni, because Senna is done with Incursor, we can convert Uni to a more supportive role. She's taking Flashback, Tri-Slash, so double break arts, and then we'll just take Violent Flurry here with Determination. She shouldn't be drawing aggro, really. Fighting Prowess instead of Critical Strike, Double Strike, Accurate Grace, and Life-Saving Expertise, because she'll carry our Memory Locket. Together with Fraternal Badge, so that when our new Smasher draws aggro, she'll get, hopefully get some breaks in faster. So wait, Fraternal Badge and Memory Locket. Take that from Senna. On Senna, it is time. She's changing to Full Metal Jaguar. Now with Mighty Beat in the fusion with Quick Drop. It is technically better in terms of damage to put Mighty Beat with something like Demolition instead. But what I like about putting Mighty Beat with Quick Draw is, first off, they have fast cooldowns, matches up better to get fusion arts. And with this setup, you have Evasion Fusion, Evasion Fusion, Evasion Fusion. That also happens to smash. And I think that works really nicely. It means that once Senna draws aggro by smashing, she has good chances to keep herself alive just by spamming evasions. And her talent art is an evasion art too. And we've already done everything else to set her up for this, except we could drop the Gust Bracelet now in favor of the Looney Rings. And the last class change is for Lance, who will take up Signifer now. On Ouroboros characters who have the correct arts, this class can be extremely powerful because the way Resonant Flag works is, well, okay, number one, we can put an extra buff art like Shadow Eye here with Oriel, so that when you use these in fusion, we get a random buff and an attack up buff, and it has his own aggro value while he's at it. Resonant Flag can share those buffs and can also share Cross Impact. And this is a rather unique interaction because normally the effect of the class art happens right before the effect of the master art, but I guess they made a special exception to make it so that if you get Power Charge off of Cross Impact and it's fused with Resonant Flag, you do share that Cross Impact buff with everyone, even though you would normally apply this after this art executes. And also, if you make sure that your third master art is not an attacking art, then that means you will never use up Cross Impact. There's no attacking arts over here. We got Shadow Eye, we got Cross Impact. We'll fill this slot in a second. Cry of Faith isn't an attack. Cross Impact can't use up its own power charge. So Lance will not only be able to generate power charge for himself and share it with the entire party, he won't be able to lose cross impact. So if he gets Resonant Flag recharged at any time when cross impact isn't up and he uses Resonant Flag again, it'll still share power charge back to the entire party every time. So how do we get a non-attacking art paired with Heal Harmony to make sure we don't use up our power charge? Well, it doesn't look great because everything on here, well, I guess there's the option of Noble Taunt. Aside from that, everything on here is an attacking art, except there's Solid Stance. That's a decent option. Or we can exploit the fact that, unlike Fiona, who gets that damage bonus for high HP, Ouroboros signifers get the skill All About Support, which increases the number of field arts that a healer can, that any class, but generally it's the most important for healers, can set by 1. So instead of having 2 field arts, you can have, or instead of having 1 field art, you can have 2. You can run Advanced Cooldown, and that'll help him generate his talent art faster because he gets major roll actions for both of these. It's not an attack. We can spam Regenerate Field, Defense Up, so defense damage reduction field, random buff, spread buffs, attack up and aggro down, and power charge. I should note that the halves aggro value effect of Shadow Eye is not a buff, so it doesn't get shared to the rest of the party. It doesn't cut everyone else's aggro, just so you know. So Lance should start spreading buffs, including some really powerful ones, across the party really quickly. And we can make that even faster with the right choice of accessories, because we can give him, number 1, a devotional necklace to recharge all of his arts if he heals anyone or revives anyone, and Gust Bracelet, our legendary one, so that all of his arts are fully charged at the start of battle. So when we start a fight, he will instantly use, I believe the AI routine will instantly make him use Aureole first, maybe Heal Harmony. But then as soon as he has any other kind of buff, so we'll get Aureole and Shadow Eye on himself, and then as soon as he has any other kind of buff, he'll use Resonant Flag and pass this buff and attack up and power charge to the entire party within the span of a couple seconds. It's pretty awesome. To go along with that, we'll set some skills. I will stick Strengthening Gambit on here, even though it's not strictly necessary, but because we expect to use most of our arts with Fusion to get the double duration anyway. But just in case we end up using Aureole or Shadow Eye or something when it's not fused, or the AI does that, this will help together with I've Got Your Backs to ensure that it gets most of the max duration anyway. Along with that, there's not a lot else that's really that good for Signifer. We'll take Protector's Pride, of course. Better recharge. For the middle slot here, I think it says you could choose either Healing License, which just makes his Regenerate field a little bit more powerful, or Natural Selection to try to live when you're low on HP. I'm going to go with Healing License. We'll see how that works out. For gems, we definitely want Swelling Blessing, but we don't care for Refined Blessing because we already have these 2 skills to cover most of that need. So instead, we'll go with Soothing Breath and Life-Saving Expertise, the normal healer setup. And that is our new Signifer. Should be pretty incredible. And that combined with the fact that we are now running a real attacker, not Yumsmith, with really powerful arts that get damage bonuses and fusion and all that. Senna should be cranking out incredible damage, especially if she gets cross impact power charge from Lance at the right time. And because Lance can share cross impact to the party, if we have Fiona in the party, she can also share it back. So every time either of them uses Resonant Flag, we'll get power charges. Any questions? Caldiello asked, cross impact can't use a previous cross impact. And yeah, Z Mistake answered. It can use up the previous power charge for itself. So technically there is a case where you can lose power charge, which is where your signifer attempts to use cross impact, burning the power charge and then misses, and therefore doesn't get the power charge on hit. But that's pretty uncommon.
This was a nice find.
Together now. Come to uni.
Right, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours now. I'm going to try to do... We got a Phantom Feather, which just generates a fixed amount of aggro over time. Not very good. I'm going to try to do a couple of quests to get ready for the next hero quest, and I think we'll call it a night then. So the first thing is to meet up with everyone here at Colony Mew, get them on our Electopedia cards and everything, and also grab this info here. Did they patch out the infinite invincibility on Signifer with Noah? No.
Got some useful intel out of that.
If you're referring to what I think you're referring to, no, absolutely not. It's still in the game.
Oh, that smells gorgeous.
Always nice to see a new face.
There's some notes around the colony, which you can read. Just a bit more flavor text. Nothing very important.
Always nice to see a new face.
But it gives you, I guess, a little bit more idea of the relationships between the characters. You care?
Always nice to see a new face.
So there are more notes posted in the barracks, for example. Squad assignments. I don't think I've ever actually read this one. Laundry duty. Frost and Irma. Well, that's going to be a problem because Frost and Irma are both dead. Is there a better hero than Fiona, do you think? I believe in terms of getting maximum damage out of a chain attack in the best case, well, there's like one really special case with a particular enemy where Valdi is best. But other than that, I believe Fiona is the most, well, can give you the most amount of damage from your chain attack. Ashira is helpful for consistency, but I think second most might be Gondor because of the effect of her chain order, giving you a huge bonus to crit damage.
Right then, strategy meeting.
So now it's summer camp time. Fiona needs to find a way to lift everyone's spirits. And she hasn't told everyone what happened to the console yet, because they were all under mind control when that happened. So they don't know what happened to Irma. If you're bad at the game, second post-game hero is good. Depends what you consider to be the second post-game hero. But yes, one of those can rescue you if you screw up. I feel like Fiona is just the best hero outside of a chain attack. Well, she's pretty good. Up there for sure. Depending on what else is in your party, you might get more mileage out of someone like Masha, providing beaming edge, that kind of thing. But I think if you have those important party-wide skills covered, Fiona should be a pretty good candidate. Yeah.
Would you believe it?
Anyway, I think she was the only other boy in the colony besides Tallow. We need to grab all the squad leaders and tell them to have a meeting.
I'm getting so nervous. You're making me nervous too.
Colony Mew feels like it has a disproportionate amount of side quests. A new one would always pop up out of nowhere. It does have a lot.
Shall we eat?
I'm not sure if it's that much more than other colonies, but I think it's partly because it's a pretty late game colony, but it still has the same amount of quests as like Colony 4. There's just a pretty big quest chain to go through in a more compressed span. I'd be interested to check the count though, now that you bring it up. We decided to cheer up everyone by having a big hunt. We're going fishing.
Come on, fishies.
I'm going to do part of this quest now, but not all of it, because basically I don't have enough room in the experience budget to actually kill every target. Because we have this meal that gives us a 40% collectible boost, it's possible that we could kill some of the Crowlaxes and Moglums, but not 5 or 3 of those, and still actually get 5 or 5 Crowlax meat or 3 Moglum livers. I will not kill the Serpron that we're supposed to target yet, and I'm not going to kill these Crowlaxes here that are level 46 or 47. We're going to find some slightly lower level ones, but the littlest Moglums we can go for are these ones here. I want the level 47. They could be level 48, but 47 is what I want.
Brute force is my jam.
Did you miss summer camp? No, Toast. You're just in time for summer camp. Senna went and wasted quick draw while she was under AI control, unfortunately. So first Moglum kill gets us to level up. We'll go for one more. I did get 2 livers from that, so I will actually finish that part of the objective.
Right, guys, let's give it some.
Remember who you're talking to? Oriole! I'm the one you want. Resonant flash!
Topple, please. It's like the game just doesn't want me to ever do a smash. Gotta kill everything the boring way.
Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
No way, you let me down. I do have Fiona in the party. Good. Alright. That's all for the Moglums. I only ever wanted to kill 2. Now we'll go back Centridge Harbor. Hey Solomon, welcome back. Oh, dang. It's not good. Game crashed. You missed the explanation of why Little Girl with Flag is actually the most powerful character in the game. Yeah. You can rewind. I'll forgive you. We got a little bit of time while this loads back up. Hmm. I wonder when the autosave was. I know I quick saved before the Mobius Eye fight. I hope we don't have to redo that, but if we do, I can smash on the chain attack maybe. I did quick travel within Colony Mew, so shouldn't be too bad. Oh, that's not the correct window. You guys are still seeing a black screen, right? Huh. I've got the game restarted, but OBS is not showing the audio, but not the video. Yeah, the log was from something else related, but not the video feed. Let's see, remove that. No. No. Okay, let me try reloading it one more time. How lenient is autosave? The game autosaves at certain scenes, but also importantly every time you fast travel anywhere. In the absolute worst case, I have a backup save I can just load. That's right after the Mobius Eye fight. I guess I can put a different scene on though. Now that I think about it. Expert streamer right here. Fingers crossed. No. Hmm. All right. I will restart OBS. So you will not hear me for a minute. Hopefully this will work. Hey, we're back. All right, where did we land? We are at the canteen. Okay. Gotta have the conversation with the squad leaders again.
Do exactly as I said.
Should actually control Senna this time.
Time to fish!
Okay.
Come on, fishies!
Not too bad. Oh, but now you're level 48. You're level 48 too. How about you two? 48, 48. This one? That's an elite. 47. Hooray.
Getting dark already. Let's play this smart.
I'll do just that, Tyon.
Got you!
Demon Slayer!
Resident
I'm the one you want.
Disappoint!
Gale Flap! I'll keep on coming. Nice moves, Tyon. Taunt Pulse! Ha!
Fatal Fire! Effort! Get Superstorm!
Demon Slayer!
Priest strong now!
No break. Other topple? I think Noah used his, unfortunately. Oh, I got chomped. Nom, 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 nom. They broke out. Still no smash.
My friends, that was over way too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit
This is why you really want to make sure you have a good spread of combo arts on your team. You're not relying on one person to topple with a master art only. Is that the last Moblem? Guess that is. Okay. Oh, maybe this one. Ooh, no, that's an elite. 48, 47. Hello, Shooks. That's a Shooks. They are very dangerous.
You itching to get wrecked?
I'm the one you want.
Wow, thanks!
Taunt Pulse!
I'm choosing not to contemplate what's inside the Moblem's mouth.
Heal harmony.
Combine and strike!
Resident Flash.
Strong now!
Let's use it to the max.
Quick draw!
Wait!
Aerial wall! That looks like
I'll draw them. I'm the one you want. I feel the power.
Yeah! Feels just
No smash, but we did get eaten again.
unstoppable!
I'll get you up in it. Resident Flash. Feeling tougher.
I'm the one you want.
Thanks!
Break! Aerial Slash!
Huddle tight, guys! Got it!
It takes ages to drop aggro from the enemies.
I'll have you up and at 'em in no time.
Alright. So we didn't get the double drop this time. Only 2 out of 3 Mogul livers. Not that it matters. We would be going for a third kill later anyway. Should have done that correctly. Yeah, it should be 8:45, right? Yep. Okay. I will quick save now. And now we'll go back to Centridge Harbor. And hopefully not crash again. Hi, Sanlon. So you don't have to hunt the specific creatures in the target circles on the map. You can just find other similar ones elsewhere. And over here we can get some level 43 and 44 Crowdlax instead of, I believe it was 46 and 47 further north. I want to kill 3 at level 43 and 2 at level 44, so this will leave us with 1 of each if we kill this group. No smash.
I'm getting into the swing of this.
Fight with focus.
A-okay here. Gonna make it B-okay.
I'll draw them.
Demon wow, thanks. Unbreakable Superstorm.
Smash! Yes!
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP.
It hardly mattered, but we did it!
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You're all thinking it. Gale Slash!
Unbreakable Heart. Eat it.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You're all thinking it.
Okay, looking for another 43 and a 44, and I see a sparkly 43, so I'll take this one.
Brute force is my jam.
Everyone follow Senna.
Quick Warrior. The element of surprise. Get here, Leo.
This will keep me going.
Determination. Quick draw.
We have superiority. Push through.
That was spectacular.
And another 44.
And I was the MVP. You're all thinking it.
The element of surprise.
Good going, Uni.
Demon Slash.
I'll draw them. This will keep me going. Another notch on my belt.
That was pretty much what I expected.
Cool. That leaves us 2 XP short of what we need. We'll just go kill a lesser creature for that. But before we leave, I can go to this beach over here and grab some ether. And then also, if you go south from here, you go to an area that is used for a quest later. Once that quest happens, the area is kind of forever changed. But normally I wouldn't go out of my way to show this, but since we have super speed, I'll take a couple minutes to run through here and show Pedesto Valley unchanged. I want to come here and pick up this landmark anyway, just so we can warp here later, but I'll go ahead and run through.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
Whoa, check this place out.
Pedesto Valley floor is filled with Tauses and Rhinons and Caterpiles, and it's a pretty cool place. There are several elites here, and yeah, a duo of elite Caterpiles, elite Rhinon back there. This is like one of the classic examples of, like, I wish the game rewarded you just going out of your way and finding like elite creatures to go fight, because it would be fun. This is a cool arena to do that in, but just get to ignore, appreciate the fauna for a second. We won't be seeing this stuff here next time we come back. Okay, so 2 more experience. We will go to Sycophantic Lilith's grave here. I'm going to kill a level 4 Bunnet. You'll do.
I don't do restraint.
It has to be done. We've got them pinned down.
Pretty good, Aethel.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
There we go, 1754. Now for a quest. same party. But I need to... We're going to explore a little bit more of the sea here. So we'll warp to Double Crag Gate. And we'll sail east from here to the other island that is required for the main quest. We're pointed straight at it. If we just go straight ahead, we will run into the dock at Urban Harbor. Get out, so we grab this landmark as well.
Never seen this place before. We'll find Erythia relay base here, right?
The security's tight. It'd be a bad idea to approach from the front.
That's a hint for you. There is an alternate way to get through the island besides just charging in and killing everything. I'm going to take a quick detour over to this island to get a landmark by this pillar.
Huh? This is new.
And now we go east. Toward the Anu Shoals. Or if you misread that, something unfortunate. Around the side here, if I stop getting stuck on the terrain, there is a campsite, and it has a Levnis and a human and a Nopon at it. I wonder who that could be.
Hey, do we want to rest?
They're upset because they lost their luggage. We need to track it down. So we'll check the tracks here. Okay, class, does that look like a Gulkin footprint or a Marigna footprint or the footprint of Immovable Gonzalez? 1 for Gulkins, 2 for Marignas, 3 for Gonzalez. Let's go, chat. Three, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3. Gonzalez it is. I love how Uni just says that. Like so matter-of-factly. I guess it's not Gonzalez. Is it Gulkins? No, they're webbed. Okay. And the Marignas stole the luggage. Okay. I'm actually going to stop over at the camp, which might mean I have to reset the tracking here, but I want to make sure I'm crafting gems, if some of them are available. Oh, there's one. Double strike. That's fine.
It's finished. Come on, I want to use
Okay.
it quick. I should do it, you think?
Let's find out. Do the tracks stay? I do.
Next on the list
Before we actually follow them, I'm going to run up this slope here, because at the top of the hill
We've been spotted.
there is an ether channel, the most important discovery in the world. Because now we're back to 99. Woohoo! And that's all. very big immovable Gonzalez riding a Gulkin like General Radon. I would love to see that. General Radon was such an innovation in mounted enemy design. I think that should be all over the place. Huge dude, tiny horse. Lovely. Poor Leonard. Doesn't even come back in the DLC. They've gone into Sea Lizard's tide pool.
They're on us. Orders?
Let's follow them.
Topographical info updated.
Really astonishing that the Marignas have gone to the tide pool of the Sea Lizards. Who would have thunk? Quick save here, because if I do die, I don't want to have to refight multiple enemies and get extra experience from them.
Right, guys, let's
See what we can do against this Marigna to start.
We've got it in space. First come,
I'll draw them.
Wow, thanks.
I'll keep up the attack.
Very attentive of you. Be safe, everyone.
Time to get cracking.
Resident fly. Just as planned, Aethel.
Yeah, we still don't have very good top row coverage in this team, which is making this not as successful as it could be.
Right, guys, let's give it some. Whatever some is, we've got it in space. Quick draw.
Enemy reinforcements.
Thank you, Noah.
I'll draw them. All figured out. Right.
I can't hold them off. Resident fly.
My power flows free.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gun.
For the larger group with 4 enemies, I'm going to use Uni-Tyon spam again.
They found us. First come, first serve.
Show us what you got. I'll draw them.
You didn't disappoint.
You ready, Uni? I can't hold them off.
Because otherwise, they will probably kill us. We are still under leveled, believe it or not.
Ready to roll. Here, Ariel, flash.
This is your job.
Cool, I'll give it a rinse.
Nice one, Mio.
It's a part of
I'll get it done.
That all went pretty good, Aethel.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
Brute force is my jam. I'm ready. Let's do it. Got the element of surprise.
I'll draw them.
Wow, thanks. Unbreakable power.
Resident flag.
There's a launch from Tyon and a smash, and he's dead. And Mio got signifer already. That's what have we killed? Like 6, 7, 12 enemies, something like that.
I'll whack 'em good.
Gotcha.
Orioles! I can keep them occupied.
Right. Superstore. Okay.
Oh, I died already. Dang. Oh, no smash for me.
Got you covered.
That's the other thing with fighting in the water. Sometimes it's hard to tell that you died. You just kind of sit there for a second and realize, oh, nothing's happening. And my character's 4 feet underwater.
That's how you pull off a win.
Well, we found the luggage. We warned Dorn and Bam Bam to be careful in the future. All the Marignas are instantly back after the quest, which I think is pretty funny. We get a whole bunch of silver Nopon coins from that, and we want to remember to go open this chest before we leave, because it has 2 more.
Shiny. These are
lying around everywhere.
Okay, so one more quest to do. Change up the setup a little bit. Now that we've got signifer access on Mio, I'm gonna go ahead and switch her to that class now. Ion, do a quick stint in Zephyr, and Lance will go into Lone Exile. So we'll set up Mio as well. Resonant Flag, Cross Impact, Oriole, Shadow Eye, Heal Harmony, Advanced Cooldown, Skills, Strengthening Gambit, Protector's Pride. Oh, I like having this way. So Healing License, Protector's Pride, Swelling Blessing, Soothing Breath, Life-Saving Expertise, Devotional Necklace. I'm not going to give her the Gust Bracelet because we're going to switch back to having signifer on Lance in a second, or after this fight, and I don't want to have to shuffle it back over. So I'll just give her the plate belt. Plate belt. On Tyon, I just need to replace his top accessory. Silver belt should be fine. And on Lance, I think we're good to go with that loadout. Yeah. So, Signifer, Zephyr, Lone Exile, and we will change quests and do Romero and Julieta. We've been asked to fight a particular creature on Lavi Sandbar. We went to the other side of the island to get this second pillar remnant landmark. It's a really big island, so we'll come at it from the other side, from the Anu Shoals camp. On the way there, I'm going to just drop by this little... Come on, Ravoon, get out of the way. The dragon things are called Ravoons. I'll just swim around. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Do not attack. Okay.
I guess this is
We've got this husk here.
Huh?
Alright, and now circling around, we'll head over to the northeast part of Lavi Sandbar. Ate the treasure that Romero wanted to bring to Julieta. And he's dead. Rip.
I'll draw them.
Cheers, you're a gem. Oh, that looks like it stings.
Good going, you.
Topple, please. Topple, please.
Leave the enemies to me.
Very attentive of you.
They're sparking.
No,
I'll patch you up. Oh, sorry. You guys.
You hurt Mio. Harry, speed demon.
I know you've got more in you, Mio. I'll return the favor, Uni. Come on, up you get. The hands are warm, Mio. Time to hit 'em back, Senna. Why were they asleep? Get it. Right, let's do it.
Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always,
Let's
Noah.
go them.
I'm fit to burst. Combine strike. All your wounds.
Oh, Bob just killed me again.
Unstoppable.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I wasn't doing my job.
Not my most glorious fight, I would say.
I'm the one you want.
You didn't disappoint. First wins.
You see that? A relatively late smash, and we took out 50% of its HP at once. It's so dumb.
The enemy to me! Gale! Alright! Counting on you, Uni!
Cool, I'll give it a free tire.
Very well.
Alright. And that was Lance just maxing out Lone Exile right there. He's got a launch art to bring to other classes now. And Romero's not dead, hooray. This is different from what I remember from Shakespeare, though. Imagine if ramming enemies with the boat instantly killed them, but you didn't get any XP. I would be in favor of that change, I think. Michiba Canteen.
Oh, that smells gorgeous.
Or Romero's getting denied. And he won't let Romero stay in the lost numbers. Sadly, I think this quest isn't really over. Bummer.
So that's the state of affairs.
Okay, we'll do some quick adjustments to the party. Or to plane, I guess. Because we did just finish Lone Exile on Lance. He's going straight back to Signifer. And Tyon will take up Lone Exile. They're all set up. I think we've got everything together for what we need for the next hero quest. I'm looking forward to that when we get to it, because I think Fiona's quest brings up some interesting ideas about having a Mobius enemy who kind of regrets their position and maybe doesn't really want to do Mobius things anymore. And I wish they would elaborate on that or come at that from a different angle. So hopefully we'll see something like that soon.
It's vital to keep a record of events.
And that's going to be it for tonight. So thanks for sticking around, everyone. I think we made pretty good progress. We've got one more hero and then basically a bunch of side quests and then 2 Ascension quests before we get to the final, well, 3 Ascension quests, I suppose, before we get to the final part of Chapter 5. I'm hopeful that next stream we can get through all of that to set up the end of chapter sequence. And we'll see when it comes, but I think we can do it. And then, so that'll be a really cool one. There's lots of fun stuff to see with the rest of Chapter 5, and then, of course, you can't miss the stream after that. Okay, so good night, everyone. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.